Uh, it's wonderful to have everybody back for the second day of this extraordinary feast of intellectual history and literary scholarship. The topic of this gathering is Leviathan Unbound, with the intention of bringing together political theorists and literary scholars in joint and complementary considerations of Hobbes as a writer and a thinker. And it has so far been really amazing. And I think today is going to continue to astound and delight us. This morning's panel showcases a political theorist and a literary scholar, and both of them will share work that inherently bridges this divide. From political theory, I am very pleased to introduce Tracy Strong, professor of political theory and philosophy at the University of Southampton. And before leaving for the UK, Professor Strong was our colleague for many years at UCSD, where he is professor emeritus. He has written major books on Nietzsche and Rousseau, and he contributed an important foreword to the English translation of Carl Schmitt's Political Theology. His most recent book is on citizenship in the American tradition, a study which is both broad and deep, both historical and practical, in its approach to the dilemmas that are facing us today. I highly recommend it. Tracy Strong is an ideal speaker for today's conference because he has broad interests in aesthetics and literature, including my guy, Shakespeare, who shows up in today's paper. So I'm very excited as well as honored to introduce Tracy Strong, who will be speaking in a few minutes on Hobbes and theatricality. From literary studies, we will be hearing from my amazing and beloved colleague, Victoria Silver, who is professor of English here at UC Irvine and also a co-convener of this conference. Vicky is the author of Imperfect Sense, The Predicament of Milton's Irony, and she is currently completing a book on equity and the rhetoric of dissent, 1660 to 1685, which is under contract with Oxford University Press. She is also rumored to be writing a major work on Hobbes, portions of which have been read by her inner circle. And she has written many articles, including pieces on Hobbes, Marvell, Sir Thomas Browne, Ben Jonson, Algernon Sidney, and Sir Henry Vane the Younger. She published a response to Tracy Strong's groundbreaking essay, How to Write Scripture, Words, Authority, and Politics in Thomas Hobbes. That exchange appeared in Critical Inquiry in 1993, when we were all, shall I say, younger. So this conversation goes way back. But the subject of Hobbes and Scripture is still a live one. It came up briefly in the Q&A with Ted Miller and Keith Topper yesterday, a conversation that Tracy initiated. So I'm very excited to hear our two speakers both independently and in dialogue with each other on Hobbes. Victoria's talk, which you'll be hearing after Tracy's talk, is entitled Considering Hobbes, the Sense of Consideration in Leviathan. And so on that note, I am going to turn it over to Tracy Strong and welcome him to UC Irvine.
Thank you very much, Jane. It's a delight to be here. It's also a delight to meet Victoria in not quite the flesh for the first time, but as an actual entity of some kind here.
Yeah, some kind.
Exchange, but we should probably get going here on this. Now give me the next slide too. This is simply to whet one's appetite from Wallace Stevens. You'll see in just a minute why I have it. I will assert here, I hope I've shown it elsewhere, that for Hobbes, the problem is how to conceive of the state as, at least minimally, our state, that is in the first person plural, and not as the possession of the king or a group of nobles. Think of the passage in Leviathan 24 about the lands reserved to William in his private rather, but not his public capacity. The point is that for Hobbes, The state is in existence because of the existence of the sovereign and is not the property of the sovereign. The state is public. And it's worth noting that in a play like King Lear, that play is to a great extent about the perils of conceiving of the state as one's possessions. Indeed, all the male adults in the play, except for Lear, are referred to by their lands. If the state is our state in the sense that we make it up, then what are we? One important answer to this occurs in Lear, and it occurs just after things, slide please, just after things start to fall apart after the banishment of Kent. This is, does anyone know me? Says Lear. This is not Lear, and we go through and not read the whole thing because of time, to which, who is it that can tell me who I am? And the fool answers, Lear's shadow. The tempting reading would be to hear that Lear is but a shadow of himself, as it were, and perhaps he is. But it is also the case one can read this as it is written. That which can tell Lear who he is his shadow. What does the shadow know? Only bodies have shadows. So what the shadow knows and can tell Lear is that he has a body, and that body is who and what he is. Lear will only partially grasp this in the Heath scene. Now it is telling, this paper, by the way, is half of a longer paper, much the rest of which is actually about Shakespeare. Now it is telling that in Hobbes, although the tone is manifestly different, what is also of utmost importance is body. De Q.A., he tells us he will proceed first to discuss body, then man, finally government. That which concerned with the body he calls first philosophy. The elements of law, he indicates that philosophy consists in the addition and subtraction to that which we have from sense or memory. He calls this ratiocination and finds that the most basic element, the given one might say, is body, quoting him. If therefore a man sees something afar and obscure, although no appellation has yet been given to anything, he will, notwithstanding, have the same idea of that for which now, by imposing a name on it, we call it body. Indeed, most of Hobbes's thought turns around the concern that the body is weak and equally injured. Note, this is not the same, by the way, as saying that human beings, men, are weak and easily injured. Now, Hobbes clearly appropriates the Christian conception of creation. Lastly, the pacts and covenants by which the parts of this body politic were at first made, set together and united, resemble that fiat, or let us make man, pronounced by God in the creation, Leviathan. Hobbes' claim in the introduction is that the body machine, the creation of which he envisages, is consequent to and patterned on correctly reading, quote, in himself. That reading, quote, harder to learn than any language or science, unquote, will be a reading of mankind. And since all of us are part of mankind, Hobbes goes on to say that each can find that reading in him or herself. That each of us can find this reading in him or herself will be the proof of the correctness of Hobbes's reading. For, he says, this kind of doctrine admitteth no other demonstration. That is, the proof is finding it in yourself. The body of the state is artificial. He needs this to resolve the tension between public and private noted in the about William the Conqueror. He holds this distinction to be unproblematically sustainable. His image of the authorizing process has what one might call a theatrical dimension, is by establishing, by covenant, an actor on stage who will at first sight be recognized for what it is, a legitimate sovereign. Think of living in the town. Slide, please. Think of living in the town depicted in the frontispiece to the Leviathan. What is the first thing you see when you come out in the morning to get your milk? Hobbes will repeat again and again, we can do nothing about the sovereign's actions because they are our own, properly speaking. The famous frontispiece is noteworthy in this respect. Shows an immense but very humanoid giant towering above the horizon. In front of the giant laid out a well-ordered city, around it the signs of human husbandry and agriculture. The giant is such that no one living in the city or working on the land could not possibly see it. It is unavoidable. We know that Hobbes spent a lot of time on the engraving, and note, by the way, that the individuals are all differentiated by costume, hence the Leviathan includes all classes. The sovereign, first and foremost, is a being present to our sight. There are two aspects to this presence. First, the sovereign is an object of sight. Second, the sovereign is in sight, such as he would be if on a stage in the theater. What is important about the object of sight in the theater is that which I see does not see me. The relationship in a theater is between audience and stage is intransitive and not reciprocal. But then what kind of person is it that is seen by me but does not see me? The short answer for Hobbes is that it's the sovereign. And to explore his understanding of sovereignty, one must understand the importance of the fact that the sovereign is centrally the object of sight for Hobbes. To do that requires in turn an explanation of what Hobbes means by calling the sovereign a person, a concept of considerable complexity. After asserting in his response to Bishop Bramhall that, quote, civil laws are nothing else but the commands of him that has sovereign power concerning the future actions of his subjects, he continues, what verbal command of a king can arrive at the ears of all of his subjects? Slide, please. All of his subjects. What verbal command of a king can arrive at the ears of all of his subjects, which it must do ere it be a law, without the seal of the person of the Commonwealth, which is here the great seal of England. Persons are first and foremost for Hobbes a term of the locus and possibility of power. They can be made up of human beings. He will speak of the person of the Commonwealth, which he says is the great seal. I'm going to pass over here his discussion of persons and the particular reading of the Trinity he throws back to Bishop Bramhall. Persons are thus constructs, human, and the object of sight. The introduction of this complex idea of a person as an object of sight, as a body, is absolutely central in Hobbes's political thought. As laid out in the passages above, it includes a number of facets. First, a person is for Hobbes explicitly the same, and I quote, that an actor is, that is on stage. A person is centrally, therefore, for Hobbes, a performance or a representation. What does it mean to say that theatricality is the model for persons? Notice persons is a technical term. It doesn't mean walking and talking non-feathered bipeds. Three things seem important about theatricality. First, it implies at least that being seen, you are seen if you have a shadow. And I note that vampires have no shadows. If you are being seen is central to being at all. Secondly, it implies that how one appears to others is how one is. Lastly, and most centrally, it requires that others acknowledge you as and in your performance. One will only know from seeing. He goes so far as to suggest that what we see, we will know better than we know ourselves. Take his discussion here in the letter from 1634 about seeing oneself in a mirror. In general, Hobbes uses sight as describing evidence that one has trouble gainsaying. First sight, in quotes, is his common term for that which is evident, Leviathan 26. The task comes in making an object in sight such that no one can be mistaken about it. Hobbes's task is to make sovereignty appear in such a manner that no one cannot but see it for what it is. And the matter becomes complex. We do not see ourselves as we are. That is, our sight of ourselves is usually betrayed. Hobbes here makes an important assimilation of the idea of reading to that of understanding. As human beings are so confused as to what words actually mean, note what happens in the first 10 chapters, Hobbes writes in the Elements of Law that self-knowledge must proceed from looking into the self. As, quote, it is impossible to rectify so many errors in any one man without beginning anew from the very first grounds of all our knowledge. Instead of books, reading over orderly one's own conceptions, in which meaning I take nosce te ipsum, for a precept worthy the reputation it hath gotten. This reputation is made more explicit, of course, in the well-known read thyself passage in the introduction to Leviathan. Just a second, please. Babette, can I get water? Sorry. Thank you. The notion of translation, of course, of nosce te ipsum as read thyself is quite dramatic. Reading is the knowledge gained through sight. Number of qualities stand out. What is read, which is self-knowledge, will be the same for everyone. It neither justifies domination nor rebellion. It gives us valid general information. Then why are things so bad? Hobbes's answer is that self-knowledge is hard to come by. Humans want to resist it. In the appendix to the Latin edition of Leviathan, he writes, slide please, natural law is eternal, divine, and inscribed only in human hearts, but there are very few men who know how to examine their own heart and read what is written there. And thus it is from written laws, i.e. that laws have that authority behind them, that men know what they must do or avoid. The internal writing that is in each of our hearts is hard to read. Humans thus need external written laws set down by one who can read the human heart. In order to know what it is in their hearts to do, I've argued and maintained that the Leviathan is in fact the text of what is in our hearts. From this, it would follow that Hobbes seeks to make the Leviathan, that is the sovereign and object of sight, such that what all see there will in fact be what could have been read in their hearts. The sovereign is thus our own self constructed as an object of our, that is of my, sight. When we see the Leviathan over the horizon, we are in fact seeing ourselves as if we were on stage as ourselves. And I can't develop this, but actually there's a parallel, interesting parallel set of ideas in Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy, chapter 8. What does it mean to say that we see ourselves in the theater? Theater is, quote, when people act and play their own parts, answer to the preface before Gondibert. The important word is own, their own parts. With this notion, the general equality of the speakers, the notion of a voice in each, one might be tempted to think that Hobbes is here reactivating the classical notion of the agora. This is wrong or misleading. Agora was a physical space. Greek democracies, that which defined them as different from the barbaric peoples of the East, though their states, the East, were founded on indivisibility, secrecy, deceit, but this visibility is not simply an ethical requirement of transparency and truth. What Hobbes understood is that the idea of a person includes an aesthetic dimension. It must be made manifest and perceived in gestures and symbols, perhaps even in ceremonies. The requirement of visibility thus, quotes, puts up a front. It exposes and must risk itself to public scrutiny, just as performers do on stage. In other words, Hobbes's conception of sovereignty will involve a transformation of the conception of political space. There are two arguments to demonstrate this claim that the sovereign was, in the end, or rather in the beginning, us. The first argument is the claim that he, or it rather, or someone like it, saw better than we did how it is with each of us. The elements of law, Hobbes's intention is explicitly, quote, to put men in mind of what they know already or may know by their own experience. In the preface to De Quive, he sets down, quote, as a principle known to all men and denied by none, that every man, quote, will distrust and dread in each other. And then he goes on to ask, what is one to make of those who would deny this? As I noted before, for Hobbes, the political problem comes from the fact that humans deny that which they know, or can know. One needs dramatically to remind them, therefore, of the reality of their experience. Hence, quote, it may seem strange to some man who has not well weighed these things that nature should just thus dissociate and render man able to invade and destroy one another. And he may, therefore, not trusting to this inference made from the passions, desire perhaps to have the same confirmed by experience. He then proceeds, and Keith mentioned this yesterday, to tell a little story about locking your doors and so forth. Look at your own life. Don't think about it, seems to be the message. For Hobbes, human beings use will and can teach us the human use will and can teach us the meaning. However, a sovereign must be constructed so as to embody it so that we can see it. To enable such a construction, the second element is that of representation. The reason one cannot complain against the sovereign is that the sovereign represents one's own self as one would understand it, except for the fact that we deny ourselves knowledge of ourselves. The grounds for this were set again in chapter 16, Leviathan, chapter with no parallel in DKW, and which is added by Hobbes to the English version of Leviathan. He argues that representation is a species of ownership, whereby those who authorize the sovereign own the actions of the sovereign. The sovereign is, so to speak, a me that I have constructed, whose actions are mine as I am their sole owner. Artificial persons, such as the sovereign, have nothing of their own, because that which is owned are those of my actions that I would, in most circumstances, sooner not give up, because it's hard for me to read my heart because I don't like what's in my heart. I must be bound to those actions in an irredeemable manner. It's this absolutism, the so-called absolutism in Hobbes, is in fact the giving to oneself the law of oneself. That which represents me is thus for Hobbes a me over which I can have no control, because control is contradictory to the terms of representation. We should obey an authority, even and perhaps especially one that we have authorized. Yet this authority is ourselves as our own fathers. We have met the king and he is us. Revolt becomes a form of violence to the self, perhaps of suicide. Slide, please. In 1586, Elizabeth I gave a speech to the members of her parliaments. We princes, she told them, are set on stages in the sight and view of all the world duly observed. Her Majesty's not unrueful recognition of her own visibility is consequent to her understanding of herself as a person in public space. One senses that Elizabeth would have preferred not to be so set before the world, but also that she knew she had no choice. Her recognition of her visibility manifests a change that takes place in the period loosely between Machiavelli and Hobbes, about which one could say much more. In Hobbes, visibility is the key to the stability of the realm. Speaking of a good polity, Hobbes writes in the preface to De Q that subjects reference the supreme power, whether residing in one man or in a council, as a certain visible divinity. Elsewhere, the setting up of a visible mark, in quotes, is taken to be the first step man makes as he rises above beasts. In Leviathan, slide please, finally, the defining quality of successful sovereignty is that he be seen. And I won't read the whole thing at the time, but point you to necessarily consequent to the natural passions of men when there is no visible power to keep them in awe. The need for a visible power, absolutely central there. Now here an article by Paul Dumouchel is of help. He argues not just that representation is central to Hobbes's idea of sovereignty, but that the Hobbesian sovereign is defined in and by the fact that he represents. Representation is here understood in a double sense, both reflexively as he who wants to give expression to someone or something, it's the case of the theater, and non-reflexively, that is, as having the job to be the delegate of someone else. In both cases, to represent is to be an actor. Hobbes's originality comes from the fact that he wishes to join both meanings together. The sovereign must be seen, must hold himself on stage, must be a persona, not to attract votes or approval or to evoke fear, but because that is what makes him the sovereign. In fact, you can see where Carl Schmitt would come into this. In fact, it is only by seeing him as this persona that the subjects can come to a common understanding. The public theatrical image of the sovereign brings about the political unity of the subjects. Du Michel again, this image does not represent anything other than the power of the multitude, a power that it constitutes through the very act of representing it. Thus, even in the case that appears to be the most uncongenial to democratic public space, uncongenial because according to Hobbes, the sovereign is established by a contract to which it is not party, the question of visibility in general and visibility as a public staging remains basic. He places it at the heart of his political thought. Theatricality is no longer just an instrument of power, it is thought to be its very essence, the essence of political visibility. And this is certainly why, from the Enlightenment on, the rediscovery of democratic political space will come as a reaction against this theatricality, to the point of trying to deny the existence of a staging power, even as this power continues to delineate the space of visibility. And one could riff off here on Habermas. Subsequently, thinkers have learned from Hobbes that even when they denounce his program, how to push as far as possible the conception of the theatricality necessary in sovereign power. They understand, in other words, theatricality is not an accident nor a simple tool, but the very being of power. Hobbes, we might say, is the first political thinker to see the power of the medium. And in doing so, he initiates a process whereby the representation of power will eventually come to fulfillment in the power of representation. In doing so, however, Hobbes unwittingly sets the conditions for modern democracy. Here again, the arguments of chapter 16 are central. They're well known. I won't repeat them here. Theatricalization of sovereignty permits an assembly of the populace, for Hobbes, all citizens, solemnly to partake in a dramatic genesis of sovereignty. It is thus as appearance and theater that sovereignty achieves the reality of its own being. How so? Necessary to the theatricalization of sovereignty is the author. We are each of us author of the sovereign. The sovereign's acts are thus our own, even if we refuse to recognize them. They are thus our own rational acts, even if we refuse to recognize them. They embody that hard to achieve self-knowledge, which is one of the reasons, by the way, why resistance to the sovereign is epistemologically meaningless to Hobbes. Victoria asked this question yesterday. Thus, Hobbes can quite consistently write, quote, "If he that attempteth to depose his sovereign be killed or punished by him for such an attempt, he is the author of his own punishment, as being by the institution author of all his sovereign shall do. And because it is an injustice for a man to do anything for which he may be punished by his own authority, he is also upon that title unjust." Point taken up, by the way, of course, by Rousseau. Slide, please. Let's see what happens in the text. A multitude of men are made one person when they are by one man or one person represented, and so that it be done with the consent of every one of that multitude in particular. For it's the unity of the representer, not that of the representative, that makes the person one. And it is the representer that beareth the person, and but one person, and unity cannot be otherwise understood in multitude. As each person represents him or herself in the same way, each is represented by the same representer, namely the sovereign. In such a vision, the multitude is made one, that is, given a common identity consequent to the fact that each has constructed the same representer. The unity attained both requires and retains the multiplicity of each author. Hobbes continues. Next slide, please. And because the multitude naturally is not one but many, they cannot be understood for one, but many authors of everything their representative saith or doth in their name, every man giving their common representer authority from himself in particular, and owning all the actions the representer doth, in case they give him authority without stint. Otherwise, when they limit him in what and how far he shall represent him, none of them owneth more than they gave him commission to act. Notice the limitations there on power. Hobbes says that whatever is authorized is and is only to that extent given over to the represented, that is the sovereign. Any acts that the sovereign undertakes within this commission are in fact the acts of the authorizers, cannot be disclaimed. And he leaves it pretty much at that. Next chapter is in fact an examination of the logical consequences of authorizing the sovereign to exercise one's right of nature to defend oneself. It is worth noting that in no ways is this vision that of a single proto-totalitarian or even authoritarian figure. The next paragraph, slide please. If the representative consisteth of many men, notice, if the representative consists of many men, the voice of the greater number, this is the sovereign, consists of many men, the voice of the greater number must be considered as the voice of them all. For if the lesser number pronounce, for example, in the affirmative and the greater in the negative, there will be negatives more than enough to destroy the affirmatives, and thereby the excessive negatives, standing uncontradicted, are the only voice the representative has. I don't know why people, keep this notion of Hobbes wanting a sort of proto-totalitarian absolute authority, given passages like this. What this says is simply that the sovereign can be composed of many individuals. In fact, the people is sovereign and can theatricalize itself on the political stage as one, as many, or as all. And it goes back to, is he an Aristotelian? In all cases, the sovereign is said to bear my person. Hobbes has here opened, however, a door through which he is unwilling to pass. His image of the authorizing process is, I've argued, theatrical, consists of establishing an author on stage who can be at first sight recognized for what he is, ourself as our legitimate sovereign. And yet it is this point that Hobbes reverts to a passive understanding of the citizenry audience. Hobbes will repeat again and again, and that's of course one of the problems with theatricality. If you're in the audience, you are not to get up on stage to stop that nasty black man from strangling that nice white girl. Hobbes will repeat again and again, we can do nothing about the sovereign's actions because they are ours. But what this fails to realize is that Hobbes has, in the process of authorizing the sovereign, tacitly empowered the author. Fred Dahlmeyer has written that, quote, the stipulation of a common power whose decisions ultimately derive from human will clearly introduces an element of contingency into the operation of the Commonwealth. What's the source of this contingency? What's its import? This raises the question of the relationship of the people to the actor, and they have authorized the actor they've authorized to be their sovereign. It's essential to modern politics. One must say, however, a great deal in modern politics lauds this notion of passivity. Hobbes celebrated the passivity, and fewer, it seems now, decry it. I think this is mistaken because it fails adequately to grasp the actual nature of the audience relationship. If the agora cannot be recreated, there are still resources in the audience relationship that Hobbes either does not see or does not see fit to tap. Rousseau understood this when he suggested that for Hobbes the English were only free at the moment of authorizing, after which il retombe dans le hobbisme le plus parfait. And he condemned Hobbes for it. An instant of freedom lost. I've expanded on this elsewhere. Almost done. The qualities of theatricality introduce an intransitive, non-reciprocal relationship between those involved. This is most obvious in real theater, but it inheres all that in politics pertains to the realm of the ritual, the symbol, the ceremony. It is not passive. All speaking admits of a response if only in one in another space, a speech from the throne, a radio television address, or for instance. Speech of this kind is intransitive, but it's not passive. It is not thereby not political, and it is not passive. Thus, no matter how a particular individual or group gets into a position of power, he is is in a position of public visibility, in the public eye, as we might say with Elizabeth. Such a person has an obligation because of that visibility, which may or may not be observed, of course, has an obligation to speak in front of others, to make decisions concerning the community, and to justify those decisions when called on. Indeed, even silence becomes public and takes on the meaning of a judgment or choice for everyone to assess. The sovereign in Hobbes is thus in public sight. That is, it embodies an image of what may be expected, indeed required. This is what Hobbes failed to grasp fully. What is clear is that precisely the process by which we establish the sovereign requires of it that we require of it. The conditions of its establishment make passivity impossible. It is as if the author not only abrogates for himself the symmetrical position of the sovereign, but also makes it more possible. The auctor becomes auctoritas. Thus, as spectators and citizens, we both forego and we retain the omnipotence which Hobbes found in the sovereign. And then there's an interesting question, which is not part of this paper, but when you have a situation like we do now, where major forms of interaction, of public speech, are owned by a single person, we have we not, in some sense, think of Google, Facebook, have we not, in some sense, returned to a form of technological feudalism? Precisely what Hobbes was trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And we are going to turn now to Victoria Silver.
I went a little
Vicky.
longer than I wanted it to. Yeah.
That was amazing, Tracy. I'm sorry. Oh, well, here's my footnote, okay?
We have an ongoing riff on this.
Yeah, but that was just great. Anyway, this will be a disappointment for the simple reason that it's about method. I mean, Tracy has fleshed method by making it theatrical. I'm just going to give you geometrical method, okay, which has, if I may say so, less flesh on its bones, okay? Anyway, this is not about constructing the sovereign as such, so it's not about the substance of Leviathan, it's about the method of Leviathan, okay? Since it was first published, the language of Leviathan has been accused of coercion or deception or both, with the latest charge, at least to my knowledge, coming from Sheldon Wolin, who claims it tyrannizes over the reader in the manner of Hobbes' absolute sovereign. One could say that with Wolin, all right, there is an ascription to Leviathan of the relentlessness evoked by Aubrey's famous anecdote, already mentioned, okay, and probably apocryphal, about Hobbes' first acquaintance with Euclidean proof. Oddly enough, the 47th theorem of Book 1, which fathered non-Euclidean geometries. In the anecdote, Euclid, all right, Euclid's characteristic phrase, et sic dienceps, and so it goes, and so on, captures the effect of inexorability that is said to attend geometrical demonstration. And I will just read this briefly. He read the proposition, "By God," said he would now and then swear an emphatical oath by way of emphasis, "this is impossible." So he reads the demonstration of it, which referred him back to such a proposition, which proposition he reads. That referred him back to another, which he also read, et sic dienceps, that at last he was demonstratively convinced of that truth. Before I go to my own demonstration, I would like to ask you to entertain a set of proposals which can be considered its possible implications. The paper will no doubt feel impoverished after the rich and useful papers that preceded it, partly because it discusses expressive method. Hobbes' method, to be precise, which is a concern of mine and for which this conference has been a feast. My argument about Hobbes' particular method focuses on his riposte to John Wallis's inaugural polemic against Hobbes' own geometry. This is Hobbes' 6 Lessons to the Professors of Geometry, and complemented by his remarks and usage in Leviathan and De Corpore. That method, of course, is famously inflected by his understanding of geometry as the only science that God in his wisdom had then seen fit to bestow on humanity. These proposals will seem, some of them, obvious or outrageous. They are what I regard as possible consequences of Hobbes' use of the word consider, and those he treats in his philosophy as its synonyms: reckon, reason, calculate. Accordingly, I would propose to you that Leviathan is not quite what it appears to be, a treatise in the early modern sense of the word, but rather an instruction manual, expounding how to generate a commonwealth invulnerable to the ever-present threat posed to its own security by human nature. The book provides a blueprint, a set of directions, not for building an edifice, but for constructing a labor-saving device, an appliance like the automaton or artificial man Hobbes describes in its opening passages, and of course the mortal god of sovereign authority and power. This appliance will only function if we follow Hobbes' instructions to the letter, observing his rules for thinking about, constructing, and then operating it. As with all mechanisms, if we fail correctly to install a part or allow the workings to degrade, the machine will be unable to perform the function for which it was made. These instructions, however, do not bear, except incidentally, upon the nature of things in the world, but on the makers of the appliance. Hobbes' readers, the human agents who first work upon themselves, that is, upon their own assumptions. Hobbes' instructions accordingly address in geometrical fashion the rational causes, quote unquote, or first principles, quote unquote, i.e. Hobbesian definitions, which consider or take into account our own thought and actions as these pertain to the physical and psychological nature of human being. These rational causes, as methodically laid out in Leviathan, constitute a succession of rules we are to learn and observe in fashioning this civic appliance. They are not to be confused with inferences, but read as protocols to be accepted and applied. In geometrical terms, the usual and frequently counterintuitive, this is impossible, theorems as well as postulates, of operation or construction expounded over all 4 volumes of Leviathan. If we follow these rules, we are guaranteed to produce the same result in any given situation. The rules consist of a strict canon of conceivable usage, the sensible and finite, that governs how not only Hobbes reasons with them, employing a conditional and subjunctive form of expression that relates each one to the next, but also how we are to reason with them in constructing and justifying the laws sustaining this mortal God. And here's the paper, all right? We'll cut Hobbes' words, which are, by the way, my only evidence as time requires. As Hobbes observes of the best political counsel, when for the doing of anything there be infallible rules, as in engines and edifices, the rules of geometry, all the experience of the world cannot equal his counsel that has learnt or found out the rule. And in Leviathan's review and conclusion, he declares such infallible rules can be devised on any subject, including, of course, politics. Time and industry produce every day new knowledge, and as the art of well-building is derived from principles of reason observed by industrious men that had long studied the nature of materials and the divers effects of figure and proportion, long after mankind began, though poorly to build. So long time after men have begun to constitute commonwealths, imperfect and apt to relapse into disorder, there may principles of reasons be found out by industrious meditation to make their constitution, excepting by external violence, everlasting. And such are those which I have in this discourse set forth. According to its author, this book's principles are not only reasonable, but also, if his meditations are sufficiently industrious, infallible rules, and can so perfect the constitution of commonwealths as to make them effectively perpetual. The comparison to geometry in this respect makes it clear that he regards his own principles as enjoying a status and a constructive power comparable to geometry's. This is scarcely a revelation, for everyone knows that Hobbes loved geometry with a singular passion. As Aubrey concludes, this made him in love with geometry. For by faithfully following Euclid's series of propositions in the first book of the Elements, the otherwise impossible 47th theorem proved true. Caught in Euclid's propositional web, Hobbes was nothing short of mesmerized, with Aubrey recounting the assorted symptoms of his friend's new obsession. How Hobbes confessed that he was wont to draw lines on his thigh and on the sheets, a bed, and also multiply and divide. So taken was he with the peculiar ineluctability of the mos geometricum. Indeed, Hobbes himself gives an instance, clearly personal, of the great impression made by sense by a man who, quote, from being long attent upon geometrical figures, shall in the dark, though awake, have the images of lines and angles before his eyes. But as everyone also knows, geometry did not always love Hobbes back, at least not when he sought with obtuse persistence to square the circle, a feat subsequently proven impossible, but which he declared done in De Corpore. There he also had the temerity to tamper with Euclid's sacrosanct definitions, and his intellectual reputation suffered accordingly, helped along by the captious criticism of his relentless foe, John Wallis, civilian professor of geometry at Oxford. I should note that Wallis had, like Descartes, violated the ancient separation of arithmetic from geometry by incorporating algebra into the latter, the better to calculate the dimensions of curves. But Hobbes, a classicist to the bitter end, deplored this addition to his beloved Euclid, regarding the newly refined algebraic symbolism as a blight, a scab, quote unquote, on the element's otherwise perfect legibility. This is not because he thought the use of such symbolism disrupted some notional correspondence between geometrical expressions and a transcendent reality of geometrical forms. In the first place, Hobbes insists that we cannot conceive what we cannot sense, and what, all right, we do conceive is consequently finite. A man can have no thought representing anything not subject to sense. No man, therefore, can conceive anything, but he must conceive it in some place and endued with some determinate magnitude, and which may be divided into parts, nor that anything is all in this place and all in another place at the same time, nor that two or more things can be in one and the same place at once. That last fling at the Roman Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation epitomizes the sensible and finite limitations Hobbes places on human thought, and therefore on the things that can be signified by our words. His antagonism to Wallis's Arithmetica Infinitorum. At the same time, all right, and Pache Douglas Jessup, okay, Hobbes is no materialist in his model of signification. He is a nominalist, for whom words are arbitrarily invented and contingently imposed on experience by their users as signs of their conceptions and not signs of the things themselves. Nor indeed, quote unquote, all right, is it all necessary that everything should be the name of something, giving as example words like future or nothing. For considering that new names are daily made and old ones laid aside, that diverse nations use different names, and how impossible it is either to observe similitude or make any comparison between a name and a thing. How can any man imagine this? All right, imagine that the names of things were imposed from their natures. Moreover, whatsoever the common use of words be, yet philosophers who were to teach their knowledge to others had always had the liberty, all right, and sometimes they both had and will have a necessity of taking to themselves such names as they please for the signifying of their meaning, if they would have it understood. Now, where Euclid has for his first definition, and this is in 6 lessons, a point is that which has no part, Hobbes in De Corpore offers, a point is that body whose quantity is not considered. Euclid's second definition, a line is breadthless length, becomes Hobbes, a line is a body whose length is considered without its breadth. The problem, of course, is that the received sense of the elements definitions, the one that Wallace enunciates and Euclid himself probably shared, is inclined to take a grammatical substantive like point or line for a supernal entity, when for Hobbes, it is only a name signifying a cogitatio or concept by which we organize our phantasmata et ideae to some purpose. The former tendency, all right, is the ideology of the more mathematico, not to mention most of scholasticism. Indeed, every model of language that supposes a word's meaning is the object to which it refers. Where Euclidean point and line correspond to abstract or ideal forms that transcend phenomenality, if not intelligibility, Hobbes' versions of the same are merely names signifying our concepts of the sensible and therefore the effects of the objection of the objective as corporal, all right, with the forms, all right, of the words themselves also perceptible, whether expressed as bouquets or notae, sounds or marks. It is because speech is no less palpable that the elements of a geometrical figure that Hobbes believes demonstration itself can be apodeictic in de corpore sense of evident to the eye, if not pure spectacle. This is for Tracy, like the construction of geometrical figures. For my purposes here, the salient usage in Hobbes' definitions is consider. Famously or infamously, reasoning in Hobbes is reckoning, calculating with words, as he declares in Leviathan. When a man reasoneth, he doth nothing else but conceive a sum total from addition of one sum from another, which, if it be done by words, is conceiving of the consequences of the names of all the parts to the name of the whole, or from the names of the whole and one part to the name of the other part. Reason, in this sense, all right, nothing but reckoning, that is, adding or subtracting of the consequences of general names agreed upon for the marking and signifying of our thoughts. I say marking them when we reckon by ourselves, and signifying when we demonstrate or approve our reckonings to other men. Similarly observes in de corpore, but with some important lexical additions. Therefore, it should not be thought that computation, and it is computatio, that is reasoning, ratiocinatio, has a place only in numbers, as if man were distinguished from other animals by the faculty of numbering only, which Pythagoras is said to have thought. For magnitude can be added or subtracted to magnitude, body to body, motion to motion, degree to degree of quality, action to action, conception to conception, proportion to proportion, speech to speech, name to name, in which categories every genus of philosophy is contained. And this is the critical part. Whatever, and the word is rem, we add or subtract, that is, subject to reason, we are said to consider, considerare, in Greek, logistai, just as compiling or reasoning, they name syllogistai, all right? Evidently understands the sense of our expressions synecdochically with the ascription of names to conceivable things or rem, which then, as newly defined signa, can be entered into syntactical account as well as withdrawn. Verbal reasoning itself predicates certain categories of nomina, which are also expressed as proportionate quantities, okay? Either singular, name to name, body to body, or composite, speech to speech, action to action, which then allow nomina to be accurately counted as things, while their predication permits them to be correctly reckoned or computed together, since to compute is to collect the sum of many things added together at the same time, or to know the remainder when one thing has been taken from another. In Hobbes' response to Wallace, we thus consider, reckon, or calculate with geometrical expressions composed of such signa, to the purpose of demonstrating or teaching others our reasoning on a geometrical subject. And by the way, I just want to point to Leviathan's, all right, statement that understanding, all right, is manifest by an act of teaching in which the pupil, all right, reproduces what is taught, all right, to the master. As against the Euclidean definitions Wallace construes as grammatically abstract, Hobbes' versions, through their use of consider, restore to our view the geometer's agency as a type of maker's knowledge. For calculation or reckoning in Hobbes is signification, communication to others of our ideas, and to the extent that the elements' initial definitions are left as they stand, it is his concern that they would be functionally unintelligible to any inexpert practitioner of the art, neither admissible by the student nor susceptible of application. However, once introduced into Euclid's definitions, Hobbes believes that the human activity of consideration as the rational cause of geometrical figures secures their intelligibility and status as true principles, endowing the proof with the so much renowned evidence achieved by its train of definitions or formula. The rules of demonstration are but of two kinds. One, that the principles be true and evident definitions, the other, that the inferences be necessary. And of true and evident definitions, the best are those which declare the cause or generation of that subject, whereof the proper passions, that's an important word, are to be demonstrated. For science is that knowledge which is derived from the comprehension of the cause. Right, let me see here. By the word passions, an idea thoroughly alien to Euclid's elements, not to mention the more mathematico, Hobbes evokes what the subject considered undergoes or suffers in the rational generation of certain effects. For the generation of a line is that motion that describes it, which is why, to me, howsoever it may be to others, it was fit to define a line by motion. It is a departure from mathematical decorum that earns him only Wallace's telling disdain in the latter's polemic against Hobbesian geometry. To this definition, all right, Wallace said, what mathematician did ever thus define a line or length? The revision of Euclid to which Wallace takes violent exception, and Hobbes refers to his complaint, all right, argues that a line is a body whose length is considered without its breadth, where, as I've said, all right, Euclid has a line is breadthless length, or in the Latin Hobbes supplies, well, I'm not going to read it, I stumble over it, while allowing that Euclid's definition is, if candidly interpreted, sound enough, Hobbes says, though not rigorously so. Hobbes occupies himself with its evidence and precision, which require that it be cast in terms any neophyte would understand as the audience to which he explicitly dedicates his reforms. And this is where Body enters into his account of geometry, inasmuch as the clarity of a definition consists in giving a universal notion of the thing defined, representing a certain universal picture thereof, not to the eye, but to the mind. Like all bodies in the Hobbesian cosmos, what we call line can exist independently, all right, of our perception and agency, at the same time that as a body, nomina, its palpability implicates the accident and effect we term extension, a part of our experience commonly expressed by such names as long. But we cannot ascribe the words, all right, extension, all right, or quantity, okay, all right, to the body, all right, we ascribe them, obviously, all right, to the nomina, all right, a universal name, an abstract concept in whose particular sense we can arrive either by physically measuring a given body or by simply calculating its magnitude with ink on paper, as Wittgenstein observes, we do geometry. For the word length also belongs to that class of universals Hobbes calls names of names, such as corporeity, mobility, motion, and figure, whose definitions comprise his Philosophia Prima and, of course, the bulk of De Corpore. All right. Hold on a sec while I see how far I've got to go. Okay. I'm going to cut this. Okay. And I'm going to read a quotation. Okay. This is again, all right, from 6 lessons. A principle is the beginning of something, and because definitions are the beginning or first principle of demonstration, they are therefore called principles. Principles, I say, of demonstration. But there be also necessary to the teaching of geometry other principles, which are not the beginnings of demonstration, but of construction, commonly called petitions, as that it may be granted that a man can draw a straight line and produce it, and with any radius or any center describe a circle, and the like. For that a man may be able to describe a square, he must first be able to draw a straight line. And before he can describe an equilateral triangle, he must be able first to describe a circle. And these petitions are therefore properly called principles, not of demonstration, but of operation. As for the commonly received third sort of principles called common notions, they are principles only by permission of him that is the disciple, who being ingenuous and coming not to cavil, but to learn, is content to receive them, though demonstrable, without the demonstration. That is, if we are able to consider them as geometrical petitions, or the word is often postulates, then the definitions which constitute the true preliminaries and first principles of geometry must also anticipate the activity of construction and its principles of operation. For that a man may be able to describe a square, he must first be able to draw a straight line. So again, Hobbes' revisions put the geometer firmly in the picture. A line drawn from point to point, a straight line produced, a circle described, incorporating the latter's actions into the erstwhile abstractions of Euclidean point, line, and circle. All right. In its Euclidean usage, length returns us to the problem of universals and what Hobbes calls Aristotle in Leviathan, the doctrine that endows logical essences with an existence separate, autonomous, and superior because transcending the mere bodies, all right, of which they are predicated. Only meaning conceived in scholastic terms of abstract essences and substantial forms could account for Euclid's phrase, breadthless length, which to Hobbes constitutes an impossibility in this life, unconceivable by the standard of the sensible and finite, and an oxymoron in ordinary usage. His criticism of Euclid's definition abides instead by the Hobbesian principle that human knowledge is embedded in human experience and contingent on human agency, which is what makes the discourse of knowledge either intelligible and useful to us or wholly insignificant and so instrumental in the wrong way, the worst way, namely to deceive and defraud. And it is to this purpose of ensuring the intelligibility and integrity of geometrical discourse that Hobbes casts his revisions in words that are all to be found in dictionaries, he says, which are understood by his own strict canon of significance. And this is where consideration enters the geometrical picture, since we mistakenly, in Hobbes' view, understand line in geometrical usage differently than we do in other circumstances. To Hobbes, the issue in 6 lessons is the scope of the definition's intelligibility. That is why he rejects the, quote, reciprocal form of logical propositions, insisting on not only what he likes to call verba adjectiva, exemplified by the descriptive diction of move and pass, but also the nominalist idioms is called appellatur and is said dicatur. He uses and prefers to the propositional copula is. These indicate that the geometry's operation is not immediately factual, but instead involves rational and verbal considerations pertaining to the rules governing names or appellations as intelligible signa by which we communicate our thoughts. That is, they tell us what we need to know and what we need to do when we want to do geometry. Hobbes' definition also employs that other salient usage, consideratur, or is considered, to signify the order of meaning or reasoning that obtains in geometry, and in Hobbesian science more largely, I would add. Again, following his account in De Corpore, to consider something is to conceive it hypothetically, and this is his sense of hypothetical coming from geometry, all right, literally under one or other intellectual concern or thesis, which is to say that we view the subject in the light of, or with regard to, under the aspect of, a given question or problem. When we consider, we do not address the thing as it is in itself, or even as we perceive it to be. Instead, we address it instrumentally, as it concerns our present inquiry and ultimately our present need. Thus, Hobbes would have Euclid's first definition understood respectively to the matter of geometry, which is to say that no argument in any geometrical demonstration should be taken from the division, quantity, or any part of a point, which is as much as to say a point is that whose quantity is not drawn into the demonstration, all right, of any geometrical conclusion, or which is all one, whose quantity is simply not considered. Then geometrical speech does not say what a thing is, essentially, nor does it purpose directly to describe the physical operations of the geometer, as Strauss would assume. Instead, it tells us how we are to think about or consider geometrical speech for the purposes of doing geometry. It is an art of speech, a kind of geometrical rhetoric, in short. Consideration and its cognates are written large all over Hobbes' philosophy, since Hobbesian method is nothing more or less than calculating with words. For magnitude, Hobbes contends in De Corpore, can be added or subtracted, okay? This is less quantifying of sense than it is computing or calculating the semantic relations between words in an assertion, whose certainty depends on precision of usage, which is to say, observing the definition of words according to Hobbes' canon of the sensible and finite, which clearly serve a communicative purpose. For as Hoekstra, all right, who came up yesterday, explains, while Hobbesian reason, quote, brings with it knowledge of the general and the possibility of truth and its opposite, absurdity, it can never pass beyond the world of names, because language, the giving of names to images, is not itself reasonable. It is the arbitrary precondition of all reasoning. The generation of rational knowledge is by words out of experience. He then supplies this neglected context of Leviathan's expressions by quoting the author to the same effect, who in Hoekstra's translation declares that the activity of reasoning, quote, gives us conclusions not about the nature of things, but about the names of things. That is to say, by means of reason, we discover only whether the connection we have established between names are in accordance with the arbitrary convention we have established concerning their meaning, unquote. To sum up, he observes, quote, this is at once a nominalist and a profoundly skeptical doctrine. Truth is of universals, but they are names, the names of images left over from sensations, and a true proposition is not an assertion about the real world. Anyway, thank you so much.
Wow. Well, we have just heard two major interventions, and I'm sure that there is a lot that people would like to say, and perhaps Tracy and Vicki also want to speak to each other. You may use your hand raising function, or you may post something in the chat, and I'm going to switch the gallery view. So it looks like, Becky, is that a clap or a question?
Sure.
Yeah, you can do show more.
It was a clap. It was a wonderful talk. I loved it.
Looks like James Martel has a question. We're running a little bit late, so I want to try to get through some questions here.
Yeah,
thank you. Those are both amazing talks. Thank you both so much. I have a question for Victoria. I was actually just curious about your opinion about the kind of political upshot of this, because usually when you think of mathematics, it has this kind of reputation for being very aggressive and determining and sort of conservative in a way. And I was wondering, just because it is nominalistic and not about truth, what you think the political upshot, if there is one, of Hobbes's interest in using geometry as a kind of a rhetorical device is?
Well, you know, I have to say, thank you so much for that question. It allows me to say something I left out, okay? I get much of my thinking about right, geometry from Wittgenstein, okay? And one of the things Wittgenstein says, all right, is that when we do geometry, we enter into a society, all right, where we agree, all right, to follow the rules and thus do geometry. But we can't say we are doing geometry if we don't enter the society, if we don't agree, if we don't follow the rules, okay? That, all right, option, all right, is present in Hobbes, okay? All right, that is to say, we can disagree, and God knows there are centuries of disagreement, okay? All right, it is Hobbes' genius and also his folly, all right, that he thinks, all right, that our desire, our deep desire to avoid social disruption, all right, will move us, all right, through, all right, his definitions in much the same way as he moved through Euclid's propositions, all right, you know, with skepticism, all right, only to discover, all right, that indeed this is truth, okay?
I think Tracy wants to respond to that. I'm going to ask people to keep their responses and questions short because I know a lot of people want to speak. Tracy, quickly.
No, just very briefly. I mean, the thing about geometry, and you mentioned both of these, is it's both God-given and it's also conventional.
Absolutely.
And that combination is what we have trouble understanding. If you want to do your Wittgensteinian point is entirely correct. Think, if you want to play chess, you've got to accept the definition, the bishop moves on the diagonals. Otherwise, you can't play chess.
That's
now, the
right.
question is, can that apply to if you want to do a if you want to build a polity? And the question is, to what degree is building a polity like playing chess, or like, in fact, doing geometry, or doing Euclidean, shall we say, geometry? That's there, I think the problem is Hobbes tends to think that they are much the same kind of thing. If you want to build a polity, you've got to have the words right, hence the first book of Leviathan. But is that true? And that's
the problem.
Issue.
It's the problem.
Okay, I'm going to switch to Ted Miller now because I know a lot of people want to speak. Ted.
Thank you. I think I can pick right up where Vicky and Tracy have left it. I found a lot to agree with in Victoria's discussion of geometry. It seems familiar to me, and I just want to sort of play the two papers off one another. Tracy, you spoke about there is no other proof than finding oneself, reading oneself in Leviathan, and with geometry, as Victoria rightly called out, Hobbes is doing maker's knowledge, right? And so we know what we make ourselves, including the polity. It seems to me that for Tracy, you have the burden or Hobbes takes on the burden of showing people their, I guess, authentic selves. They must find themselves in the words, but a construction project, a maker's knowledge, is one that seems to strike me as the kind of enterprise where you don't have where you find yourself. You find yourself in what has been built, and rather than some prior match between the reader and the text. So I'll leave it there and maybe let those tensions simmer if I can spur them.
Who wants to reply first?
Tracy, do you want to reply?
Go ahead.
I think what Hobbes assumes, Ted, and of course, you put your finger on it precisely, okay? What Hobbes assumes is that what lies in us, okay, all right, is the same, okay? Yes. All throughout Leviathan, the assumption is, all right, that human nature is the same in all of us, okay? And to a certain extent, okay, he, all right, conscripts that sameness, okay, to validate not only his propositions, okay, all right, but also his understanding of the methods of construction, okay, and if you think about the scene of instituting, all right, Leviathan, okay, all right, where there is an agreement, all right, to give away, all right, one's authority, okay, that agreement, okay, again, all right, assumes, all right, a common desire that arises from a common nature, all right. I'm not saying it's true, but I think that's what he thinks, okay. And I think that when Tracy talks about, the theatricality of the sovereign, all right, it is in fact the demonstration, as indeed he said, of that common nature that Leviathan articulates endlessly, okay.
Tracy? Did you want to reply, or should I get some other questions out?
The reply, I just have my son's trying to call me. The question, Leviathan's 400 pages long. It takes that long a book to figure out what the rules are for building a polity. He hopes that you will find every so often, gee, that is the way it is with me. And I don't think he thinks you have to have that experience with everything in the Leviathan, but I think he wants you to say that, gee, if that's right, let me go along with this guy some more. And the nitty of it is 14 and 15, which are the natural laws of nature. And in some sense, everything before that leads up to that, and everything after that are the consequences to that. Yeah. And that's what's in you. And I'm going to show you what that means in there. But let me stop. We can go on, but I'll stop. You got other questions?
Okay, thank you. That was beautiful. Sharon, you're up next.
Thank you. Victoria, I really appreciated this paper a lot. But what I think I perceived is actually a sort of tension between what you're arguing and what Tracy was saying.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
But I love the critical inquiry dialogue.
So Victoria, when you were talking about Hobbes's, invitation to us to think about, a line as something considered without its breadth, and the other examples you gave, here's a guy clearly talking about, let us take a complex concept and let us zero in, right? Focus in on one particular aspect or dimension of that. And that's what we want to keep our eye on the ball for. And I believe that this is what he does with sovereignty. That, what sovereignty is this concentration of decision-making power. And this, it seems to me, just sits in tension with Tracy's idea that, it's got to be visual, it's got to be seen. No, on the account that you're giving, sovereignty is really it's a mental construction, right? It's a concept. To understand what absolute sovereignty means is that's not something that could ever be seen, no matter how many robes or crowns or laurels a person put on their head. So I would ask you about that. The second thing that I thought was really interesting was the way that your talk connected to Jane's yesterday, because what you were doing was you were describing Hobbes lying in the bed, drawing geometrical figures in the bed. And so I would be really, this tells us that sort of the way that he's processing this information is in his bed. So I wonder what you think about what Jane had to say. And then finally, just the thing that I really wanted to ask you, just in my own personal voice, is you were talking about Hobbes looking at the aspect under a particular question. And you were talking about principles of operation. And I wonder whether you think that is quite different for him when he's looking, you know, at a particular aspect, right, under an operation, or when he's talking more generally.
Whoa. Oh, Sharon, I just don't know if I can handle all this, shall we say, query. Let me just say this, okay? Visibility matters enormously to Hobbes. And I think that what I may have eliminated, in fact, the entire page on which visibility played, okay? One of the reasons that, Leviathan is written, one of the reasons that Hobbes believes in constitutions is that language is palpable, okay? All right, that is to say, all right, we cannot, and you know this, all right, from the text, that, we cannot know another's mind, only God can know another's mind. What we do have, of course, is language, okay, and to some extent action, okay? And for Hobbes, all right, the Constitution, all right, or alternately, all right, the proposition, okay, offers us, okay, a palpable sign. And in fact, for Hobbes, okay, even though he grants, and this is always a peculiar part of his philosophy, because there's some sense with Hobbes that there is, shall we say, at least an impalpable realm, okay, all right, and of course, the mind is one of them, okay, that he effectively, all right, expects, all right, that anything political will be articulate, okay, it will all be articulate, and he does everything he can to ensure, all right, that there, all right, is in fact general knowledge, all right, of law, all right, in articulate form. I mean, that is how, all right, people know the rules by which to live, okay? Now, with regard to Jane's wonderful moment, okay, and Hobbes, slightly addled moment, all right, drawing, for one thing, all over his sheets, but for the other, okay, what he was talking about there was how, all right, when one looks upon the sun, okay, and turns away from it, one still has a sun, all right, in one's, in one's sight, okay, all right, not as such, but certainly, a reflex of it, okay. And in the same way, all right, as he's lying in bed, okay, all right, he is speaking of the intense visualization, all right, in which he engages, all right, with geometry. And I must say, when he says that, I'm almost certain he's talking about not, in fact, even the words, he's talking about geometrical figures, okay, which are, of course, entirely palpable, okay. And let me see, Sharon, what was the last part of it?
Well, we're running out of time, and I would like us to be able to go an extra 5 minutes if we have Keith's permission for that. I also would like Tracy to respond briefly, because it seemed to me that there was two very different definitions of body in the two talks.
Quickly,
we'll have Evan will ask his question after Tracy has a chance to respond.
Just very briefly on that, though, I noted that you referred to your Victoria having an argument and my saying something. Just briefly on the, think of Holbein's portrait of Henry VIII, or any of the portraits of, those were not just for portraits. That's how they looked. That's how they appeared. We have accounts from visitors to the court, sort of stunned by this image, which is conveyed and which is reproduced actually in the portraits. The visibility there was, as the manifestation of sovereignty is something which would have been practically every day, and Hobbes clearly has some sense of that. There's a Swiss visitor who goes on and on and on about this. It makes a real difference, and that's where I think we can go back to the visibility question. Let's go to other questions though.
So Evan, you're up next. And this is our last question, but I'd like, if possible, for both of our speakers to respond to it if appropriate.
Yeah, thank you. I think that my question is sort of in line with this conversation. So hopefully it just kind of is able to continue. Thank you guys both for your talk. I wanted to direct my question at Professor Strong, and I was struck by the fact that you started out with Lear and the way that Lear sort of gives us this unique perspective on sight and sovereignty, in particular, the sense of sight. And I'm just wondering to what extent that emphasis on sort of visual theatricality aligns or is in tension with some of the other qualities of corporate bodies in Leviathan, because I was particularly struck by one of the quotes you had on the response to Bramhall about how the sovereign's voice actually arrives by way of a visual means, which was the seal. And there were other parts of it. Another quote you had in chapter 17 about how the people sort of give their collective voices to the sovereign, the sort of majority speaks concept. And I'm just wondering to what extent that is just sort of a mixing of metaphors, or, is there something there about how Hobbes is seeing politics, how it needs to be sort of mediated or remediated by theater? I mean, it just seems striking that like he actually is interested in other sort of possibilities for corporate bodies beyond just its visibility.
Not completely sure what the import of corporate bodies is, but the seal is a visual object. And what he's saying essentially is you see the person, and that's why that definition of persons has to be done very, very carefully and very thoughtfully. It also gets into trouble on the Trinity. But it is a visual thing. Now, you could if you can have, and I have to repeat this, the sovereign can be an individual, which is his preference, but it'd be a council, which he's quite explicit about, and in fact, it can be everybody, which we sometimes call the committee of the whole in the parliamentary procedure. When it's everybody, it's one person. It's corporate, but it is one corporate person, much as General Motors is, in some sense, thanks to the Supreme Court, a corporate person. Mm-hmm. And I think there's some problems conceivably with that, but it's it's in the notion of person, which is not at all the same as walking, talking being. So it can be corporate, and I don't actually see the problem. Or it can even be something visual like the Great Seal. That's a person for him, and that's the complexity of it. Victoria, do you have a?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, I think that the point is that there is not any simple correlation, all right, between the meaning that something has and what it appears as in the world, okay? All right, there is an incongruity, okay, which comes in effect from the activity of mediation, okay, that, almost all human artifacts, all right, perform, okay? So consequently, all right, there, it is, I would go back, Evan, to the beginning of Leviathan, where he says, all right, the object is one thing, the fancy is another, okay? And that you're basically not supposed to confuse the two, okay? They do not have the same nature, okay? There is no correspondence, okay? So that, what you have to do with a corporate person is recognize, okay, at some level, for Hobbes, mind you, I'm not saying this is the case, for some level, you have to, all right, grant, all right, the corporate person a completely different order of existence, okay, than you do a human being, okay? And I'm afraid that's what the Supreme Court did.
Yes.
Which makes both Tracy and me unhappy, but we won't go there.
Okay, well, we are over time, and I think we have a keynote at 1:30 or 1 o'clock. Keith, do you want to tell us what's next before we dismiss people for a break? And I want to just thank Vicki.
Yeah, so no, thank you, Julia. Yes, we do have keynote address coming up this afternoon. That will be delivered by Professor Lloyd. And then after that, we also have 2 other really great papers being delivered by Hoekstra and James Martel. So I'm hoping you'll be able to attend both of these sessions. I'm trying to recall, I think the keynote starts at 1, but if somebody can check for me, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, 1 p.m.
Okay,
it starts at 1.
Great.
Yeah.
So the keynote will be at 1. That'll be an hour and a half, and then I think we have a break of 1 hour, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have the final session. Also, I'd like to really briefly note that we do have some terrific graduate student papers that are going to be presented tomorrow morning, starting at 9 o'clock. And I really hope that many of you are able to attend that as well, because I've read them all. They're very good. And so it's worth your while if you have the time and are able to do so.
Hey, thank you everyone for your patience, attention, brilliant questions, seriousness of purpose. We will see you in a little bit.
Yes.
First of all, I just wanted to welcome all of you to the first of our 2 afternoon sessions. Do keep in mind that we have one more after this. An excellent session that will include papers by James Martel and Hoekstra. Also, before we formally begin, I want to take just one moment to briefly thank some people who have been absolutely integral to making this event happen. This is an event that's been a long time in the making. We had begun actually planning it in 2019. Conference was originally scheduled for May of 2020. COVID made that impossible. And so finally at the end of 2021, we're able to turn this into an actual conference. And so it's been a long time waiting, but it's been very much worth it. Every paper so far has been absolutely absorbing and filled with ideas and erudition. And so I'd like to thank, first of all, the UCI Center for Early Cultures, the UCI Humanities Center, and the Department of Political Science, UCI, for their financial support for this conference. And also, I'd like to thank a few individuals, Deanna Shemek, the current director of UCI Early Cultures, and Lyle Massey, the previous director, who had gently nudged Victoria and myself to actually take on this task. And I'd like to thank her for the gentle nudging. Also, I'd like to thank Ryan Gurney, whose contributions have been absolutely indispensable. I mean, really, this would not have happened at all without his heroic efforts in many different activities. So I'd like to thank him. And then finally, also Holly Weaver, our terrific graduate student in political theory at UCI, who has done a fantastic job in helping to put together the graduate part of this conference, which will take place tomorrow morning. So really, I want to thank all of them for their exceptional contributions. Without those, we would not be here today. Okay, having said that, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Professor Sharon Lloyd. Professor Lloyd is Professor of Philosophy, Law, and Political Science at the University of Southern California. And she works in the history of political philosophy with special interests in the moral and political theory of philosopher Thomas Hobbes, obviously. Trained and mentored by John Rawls, her scholarly interests are quite broad, encompassing work in political philosophy and its history, contemporary liberalism and liberal feminist philosophy, and more specifically, she has interests in the moral and political theories of Machiavelli, Mill, Hobbes, Marx, and Rawls. Her work in philosophy has attracted the interest of legal scholars and is often published in law reviews. Now, while Professor Lloyd's contributions in all these areas are uniformly impressive, she's best known as one of the world's foremost authorities on the thought of Thomas Hobbes. Indeed, her contributions to our understanding of Hobbes are really breathtaking. On the one hand, the sheer volume of her work is remarkable. And she's authored and edited several books on Hobbes, along with many, many articles and book chapters, and also has a new book on Hobbes, Hobbes' Moral Philosophy, coming out on Cambridge University Press. Among the most important works that she's published to date, her two single-authored books on Hobbes, 1992, Ideals as Interests in Hobbes' Leviathan, published by Cambridge University Press, and 2009, Morality and the Philosophy of Thomas Hobbes, Cases in the Law of Nature, also published on Cambridge University Press. She's edited several books on Hobbes, including the Bloomsbury Companion to Hobbes, published in 2012, Hobbes Today, Insights for the 21st Century, published in 2014, and Interpreting Hobbes' Political Philosophy, published by Cambridge University Press in 2019. So in addition to just the sheer volume of those publications, what's even more impressive is the uniformly high quality of that body of research. To put the matter bluntly, there simply is no fluff in Professor Lloyd's work on Hobbes. Indeed, I must confess, when I find myself confused or uncertain about some aspect of Hobbes' thought, one of my go-to strategies for trying to get some clarity is to consult her work on the topic. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Lloyd, whose paper today is entitled Hobbes in Perspective, What's at Stake and What We've Learned in the Last 100 Years of Interpretive Scholarship. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Keith. I'm really touched at that introduction. I'm pleased. I'm pleased that you find the work clear enough to take something from it. But I'm not going to be talking today about any of my own research at the moment. What I'm going to do instead is try to give us a kind of overview. This webinar, part of what's so incredibly valuable about Hobbes Unbound, Leviathan Across the Disciplines, is that it makes vivid how very many different interests and perspectives have been drawn to engage Hobbes' work. In a way, Leviathan is like a, this is so bad. I should have figured this out before. It's like a Rorschach inkblot. Now, you know what these are. So this Rorschach test took basically a visual image that had no intrinsic meaning, and people would imaginatively project their own interests and feelings onto it. We hope that Leviathan isn't exactly like that, because we do presume that Hobbes himself intended something when he was writing Leviathan. But nevertheless, what we find is that people's own interests are brought to the text, and their interpretations reflect that. So Leviathan has been viewed in so many ways, but just to name a few, as a great work of English language literature, a classic, beautiful in its language. It's also been viewed sometimes as an extended set of political pamphlets intervening in the political debates of the day. I was actually once at a conference where a very famous intellectual historian characterized Leviathan as a particularly well-judged contribution to the ship money debate. And I remember being a little bit shocked by that kind of deflationary assessment. But hey, it's also been viewed as a rhetorical work, tapping emotions quite effectively to motivate action in matters of religion or politics. And of course, it's also been seen lately, at least, as a great work of philosophy, employing the method of reason to reveal timeless truths about the requirements of an enduring, stable political society. John Rawls, the eminent 20th century political philosopher, wrote of Leviathan in his lectures on the history of political philosophy, and these were his teaching lectures, so this is the way he taught. He wrote, "In my own view, and that of many others, Hobbes' Leviathan is the greatest single work of political thought in the English language. Its scope and its acuteness and interesting vividness of observation, its intricate structure of analysis and principles, and its presentation of what I think is a dreaded way of thinking about society, which almost might be true, and which is quite a frightening possibility, can have a very overwhelming and dramatic effect on our thought and feeling." Because Leviathan, and Hobbes more generally, is so many different things to so many different people, it's impossible for any single person to trace its significance in every field. I mean, even if we now were to undertake a project where every living Hobbes scholar were to trace its significance by their own lights to themselves for their field, we still don't have artificial intelligence programs adequately sophisticated to collate that information in any sort of meaningful way. So instead of trying to do anything like that, my plan today is to offer one example of how one central debate about Leviathan played out over the last 90 years or so in the field with which I'm most familiar, which is analytic political philosophy. I'll explain what I understand to have been at stake in that debate, and I'll illustrate how continuing concern with what was at stake in that debate has been setting an agenda for current and future research. But I'm pretty sure that each and every one of you could deploy a similar template to capture the Leviathan debate or debates that are of most interest, most importance to you in your field. And then I'll end by sharing the results of my recent survey of several dozen Hobbes scholars and enthusiasts across a variety of fields. When I asked them what they saw as at stake in the debates that interest them, what they think has been settled in Hobbes studies, and what they see for the future of Hobbes research. So the central debate that I have in mind, which is in analytic political philosophy, concerns the role of the fear of bodily death and the desire for self-preservation in Hobbes' project. Does his project depend fundamentally on activating people's fear of the death of their natural physical bodies as their greatest fear, right, the worst possible thing, and activating their desire to preserve their natural lives as their alpha desire? Must Hobbes appeal to these in order to justify the need for a state, and then make people most fear death at the hands of their sovereign in order to get people to obey the state? In other words, is his fundamental project to show that state might plus citizen fright equals social order? You know, a somewhat broader way of characterizing the debate is as over the role of narrow rational self-interest in his analysis of social disorder and in his solution to social disorder. So here we go. All right. So in 1986, very good, just hold there. In 1986, books appeared by two American analytic philosophers, political philosophers, UCI's very own Greg Kafka, who was your colleague for quite a long time, and Jean Hampton. And each of these books used rational choice theory and game theory to model the reasoning of Hobbesian individuals, both in the state of nature and also for motivating compliance with sovereign commands. So Hampton began from the assumption that for Hobbesian men, as I quote here, the desire for self-preservation is the strongest of them all, even though she went on to criticize that assumption as she put it, overly crude and simplistic. But her view was that Hobbesian men, unless pathological, always seek to pursue their long-run rational self-interest in securing their strongest desire, which is to preserve their natural bodies. Kafka attributed to Hobbes the intention. He didn't claim that Hobbes actually said this, but he thought he understood what he was after, right? So he attributed to Hobbes the intention of understanding Hobbesian rationality in this way, right? The best strategy for evading bodily death is to adopt a disaster avoidance strategy rather than a utility maximizing strategy. And so to embrace a form of rule egoism, not direct egoism, but rule egoism. So the idea here is that you would serve your self-interest by following the rules Hobbes articulates in his Laws of Nature. Now, Kafka acknowledged that for Hobbes, there are some fates worse than death. For example, to give some of Hobbes's own examples, some people would rather die than not be revenged, right? So not to achieve revenge, or to suffer the ignominy of parricide is a fate worse than death for some people. But, Kafka attributed to Hobbes what he called predominant egoism, which is the view that for most of the people, most of the time, their strongest desire of all is to avoid their current bodily death. And so too for Kafka, fear of that, of current bodily death, must form the basis of Hobbes' argument for submission to a sovereign and for the efficacy of a sovereign. These books drew on an understanding of Hobbesian rationality developed by, okay, can you please click? One click. Yeah, David Gautier. So in 1969, in his book, The Logic of Leviathan, Gautier used the prisoner's dilemma game to model Hobbesian agents' reasoning, on the assumption that, and here I quote from Gautier, from Hobbes's account of vital and voluntary motion, it follows that man seeks and seeks only to preserve and to strengthen himself. So fear plays, he says, the primary role in Hobbes's theory, and, quote, fear indeed is the common ground of all human relationships, which is to say of equals to equals in a state of nature and of subjects to sovereigns in a state. J.W.N. Watkins in 1973 in his book, Hobbes' System of Ideas, so a little bit later than Gautier, insisted that for Hobbes, here I quote, a man's fear of violent death is stronger than any other fear, and it overrides any competing desire for pleasure. A prominent ancestor of these views is Leo Strauss. Could you please, there you go, thanks. Leo Strauss. So this is his 1936 book, The Political Philosophy of Hobbes, although of course, Strauss does not attribute, modern game theory to Hobbes. He does not have that technique yet available to him. But on Strauss's reading, men's vanity is what causes conflict. But it's their inescapable and overriding fear of natural death that compels them to live together in peace. Okay. But what about religious motivations? Hobbes devoted the second half of Leviathan to a detailed discussion of Judeo-Christian religion, not to mention that he addresses religious beliefs in almost every chapter of parts 1 and 2, the so-called secular portions of the book, explaining, for example, how a faulty understanding of imagination and of dreaming can lead us to believe we've had a supernatural revelation, when we haven't, or how absurd speech can lead us to believe in incorporeal substances like souls separated from our bodies, or spirits, or demons, or ghosts. And Hobbes devoted an entire chapter, chapter 12, to natural religion, the seeds of which he says can never be so abolished out of human nature, but that new religions may be made to spring up again out of them, right, when watered by seemingly godly leaders. So religiosity is an important natural phenomenon with tremendous motivational force. Next slide, please. In 1992, books came out by two American analytic philosophers that offered accounts of the role of religion or of religious belief in Hobbes' project, so Lloyd and Martinich. Lloyd argued that Hobbes saw certain sorts of religious beliefs as a potent source of social disorder that could motivate subjects to resist and even to seek to overthrow their sovereign when they saw civil obedience as in conflict with religious duty. And this was so because people's desires to fulfill their perceived duties to God and to achieve salvation or to avoid damnation, which I termed transcendent interests, can override or trump their narrow self-interest in bodily self-preservation. So the state's threatened punishments, fines, incarceration, even capital punishment, may be insufficient to deter disruptive action on transcendent interests. These punishments are, frankly, puny when compared with divine punishments, the loss of eternal life or an eternity in torments. Believers' transcendent religious interests could be exploited or tapped by those whom Deborah Baumgold, in her 1988 book, Hobbes' Political Theory, termed ambitious elites. Right? These ambitious elites could tap the transcendent interests of followers to mobilize resistance against the sovereign. So in Lloyd's view, Hobbes sought to correct disruptive, mistaken religious beliefs, such as that it's a sin to act against your conscience, and so that Christians are required to defy laws that conflict with their private judgments about what's right. No, Hobbes argues that God will hold the sovereign and not the subject responsible for wrongful acts done at the sovereign's command. Moreover, God's both natural law and scripture direct us to obey the civil powers that be. So this account had Hobbes treating religious beliefs sociologically, right, as both important contributors to political instability and as potential resources for reinforcing political stability. But it made no assumptions about Hobbes' own religious beliefs, nor did it make Hobbes' system dependent on the existence of God. Religion was important, yes. God important? No. Can you please click? Yeah. So now a third book that had been published back in 1986 at the same time as Kafka and Hampton by David Johnston observed that Hobbes saw religious belief as a source of social disorder. But Johnston argued that Hobbes aimed in Leviathan to discredit religion altogether so as to transform people into the narrowly self-interested, bodily, self-preservation-centered egoists they would have to be in order for the state's threats, right, to motivate their obedience. So whereas Lloyd had Hobbes using the sort of reasoned arguments of the philosopher to analyze biblical interpretation so as to show his Christian readers that their religion was compatible with and indeed committed them to political obedience, Johnston had Hobbes using rhetoric to turn his Christian readers into atheists. Now, in contrast to Lloyd, Martinich argued that God played a central role in Hobbes's system because the laws of nature play a central role as God's laws. According to Martinich, although the content of Hobbes's laws of nature could be identified by reasoning about what behaviors instrumentally secure self-preservation, their force or authority, the force or authority of those laws, their normativity, or what we might call their oughtness, depended on their being commanded by God. For Hobbes, the laws of nature were literal laws commanded by a sovereign God, ruling in virtue of his irresistible power, who would punish violations of them, sooner or later, either by, sort of natural punishments in this life or, perhaps other ones in the next. But for that to be true, God had to exist. Furthermore, Martinich argued, Hobbes himself was a sincere believer, and a sincere believer of a familiar, if kind of old-fashioned sort. He was an English Calvinist who supported episcopacy. So Martinich placed God at the center of Hobbes's theory of obligation. In doing this, his view harked back to the divine command theory of obligation earlier advocated by Howard Warrender in 1957, and before him to A.E. Taylor in 1938. Martinich does not affirm the Taylor-Warrender view. His view differs in two respects, which are these. Firstly, Martinich saw divine command as necessary but not sufficient for a divine dictate to be a law of nature, whereas they had thought that it's both necessary and sufficient. And Martinich denied that morality was distinct from motivational psychology, because unlike Taylor and Warrender, Martinich held that the content of natural law is to pursue bodily self-preservation, that the right of nature is essentially the content of the law of nature, which then gets its normative force from having been commanded to be observed as law by God. But the larger commonality between Martinich and Taylor and Warrender was to center God as the foundation of Hobbes's moral theory and hence his political theory. Can we please advance one? So Martinich's view attracted seriously fierce criticism from scholars who saw Hobbes as by no means a sincere believer or any sort of Orthodox Christian. For example, Ed Curley, an American historian of philosophy, in the introduction to his very fine, I love this edition, 1994 edition of Leviathan with Latin variants, argued that Hobbes's treatment of religion was not to be taken at face value, but was an insincere, oft ironic effort to undermine Christian belief. Curley had argued for that thesis, argued for Hobbes's atheism earlier in a 1991 paper, quite a famous paper, I durst not write so boldly, and he continued to develop his arguments through a series of later papers. But I point to this volume because here, in his introduction, he actually embraces Kafka's and Hampton's model of Hobbesian men's psychology. He restates The Prisoner's Dilemma, this classic of game theory, as a correct model of Hobbesian men's reasoning. Jeff Collins, in this 2005 book, argued that Hobbes was irreligious and skeptical of revealed religion, as evidenced by what he deemed Hobbes's dubious scriptural interpretations and the highly rhetorical nature of Hobbes's writing, citing Johnston, as well as Hobbes's humanistic familiarity with the writings of ancient pagans and Hobbes's insistence that Christian belief is a matter of faith rather than of knowledge. Collins favored the view shared by Curley that Hobbes was sending a dual message, an overt but insincere one for unenlightened readers, signaling Hobbes's piety, surface piety, and a covert but real one, the secret message, if you will, for enlightened readers, discrediting religion. Collins, like Johnston, observes, and here I quote, Hobbes's civil science depended on fear of death as the chief psychological force motivating humans to accept social constraint. But Christianity trumped mere fear of death, right? That's the problem. So transcendent interests are the problem. Eliminating them by eliminating religious belief is the solution, Collins, like Johnston, attributes to Hobbes. Doug Jessup, too, saw, and here I quote, the Malmesburian sage as engaged in a sly campaign to discredit the basis for any religious belief. So Johnston, Curley, Collins, Jessup, Skinner also seem to have viewed an alpha fear of bodily death as central to Hobbes's project, necessitating elimination of any competing religious motivations. This debate with Martinich has gone many rounds. If we could go to the next slide, which is now sort of culminating in a collection of Martinich's articles published just this year, 2021, that engages all of these debates. So if any of these debates are things that interest you, I highly recommend taking a look at this new Martinich book, which sort of gives a very nice overview of all of these arguments. All right, so far I've sketched a single strand of debate from 1936 to 2021 over the role of humans' fear of present bodily death or their alpha desire for self-preservation in Leviathan's analysis of disorder and its remedy. This debate has been pointed, at times sort of vicious, and it's worth asking, like, why? Why? What has been at stake in this debate over whether Hobbes thinks humans' ultimate motivation is to keep their bodies alive? Why do its participants feel this debate is so important? Why is it so sharp? Next slide, please. Well, what I think, at least I think one thing that may have been at stake here is whether Hobbes is a modern. What's at stake is Hobbes's modernity. If Hobbes was creating an entirely secular, rational, self-interest-based justification of political obligation, that looks modern. If he was a proto-game theorist, that looks modern. The American analytic philosopher Peter van der Straat is today using extremely sophisticated techniques of evolutionary game theory to carry out the modern Hobbesian project. And you can see evidence of this in this book, Strategic Justice, which, as I say, came out in 2018. Meanwhile, the feminist philosopher, Samantha Frost, groundbreaking work really on the body. I'm showing you here her 2008 book, Lessons from a Materialist Thinker, but actually her view has evolved dramatically. So if you take a look at her 2019 paper in my collection of that year, You'll see her arguing that the Hobbesian impetus to persist in living that Hobbes attributes, right, to humans does not imply anything like narrow egoism, but instead leads humans to the ethical and sociable motivations upon which political society depends. That is, for Frost, a materialistic metaphysics of the body can be recuperated and integrated within Hobbes's political and ethical thinking. And that makes Hobbes very modern indeed. Since much of our science these days is well past Cartesian dualism and accepts something like Hobbes's idea of mindful bodies. So, you know, Hobbes looks modern, right? If we take God out of the picture, a different way of putting this concern with Hobbes's modernity, yes, the next slide is fine, is as a concern that Leviathan be relevant to us. Right? So maybe we don't care, you know, if he's modern. I mean, look, Martinich saw Hobbes's attempt to reconcile what was in the 17th century, the new science, with Christianity as modern at the time. I mean, indeed it was, but, you know, maybe to us now, those sorts of efforts don't seem all that much, you know, all that modern anymore. But a different way of thinking about this is, well, is Hobbes relevant to our concerns? So in 1986, when Kafka wrote his book, he found Hobbes's self-interest-based proto-game theory relevant because Kafka was concerned with nuclear deterrence and the mutual assured destruction strategy that had been in place between the United States and the Soviet Union. And the very next book that Kafka published, which is this one, you have a picture of here, in 1987, Moral Paradoxes of Nuclear Deterrence, was heavily reliant on Hobbes' reasoning. You know, now you might think, well, that approach to Hobbes is no longer relevant. You know, nuclear deterrence, that's a done deal. But just last month, the New York Times reported that the Biden administration right now is concerned that, and here I quote, a new arms race with China is heating up over hypersonic weapons, space arms, and cyber weapons, all of which could unleash a destabilizing attack that could, quote, quickly escalate in ways that were not imaginable in the nuclear competitions of the Cold War. So I think if Greg were here with us today, he would say that his concerns and the uses to which Hobbesian reasoning can be put would be as relevant today as they were, you know, in the previous Cold War. I have to tell you that when my first book came out, that 1992 book, Greg said to me, well, Sharon, you might be right about the historical Hobbes, but my Hobbes is more interesting. More interesting, I think he thought, because more relevant to the world, right? A more useful Hobbes. But I think, if you could please advance, click, and click again. I think a Hobbes who models for us how to deal with religious zealots acting on transcendent interests is certainly after 9/11 and generally in, you know, the modern age of suicide bombings and efforts to establish, you know, religiously ordered states, caliphates, plenty interesting and plenty relevant to us. We know what transcendent religious interests can do to us here and now. And by here, I mean also here in the United States. You know, and Hobbes's lesson that you cannot use mere force reliably to suppress action on transcendent interests, that instead what's needed is engagement with their content, a combination of substantive engagement with people's religious beliefs along with aggressive efforts at education and socialization is, I think, a lesson worth studying. So, yeah, relevant to us today. Next slide, please. Here's an interesting recent example of Hobbes writers who view what's at stake in Hobbes studies to be, at least in part, his relevance to us today. So here's this collection. This came out in 2017 of essays that apply Hobbes's political philosophy to contemporary social issues. It takes up questions of medical ethics, including physician-assisted suicide, informed consent, policy issues, including permissibility of abortion, the use and regulation of alcohol and other mind-altering substances. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. Free speech, also what counts as serious crime, how serious crime should be treated, and how sentencing ought to occur. Terrorism, Hobbes's thoughts about terrorism, and international relations. So this is a volume, and if you haven't seen it, it's got a lot of nice papers in it. Sees what's at stake in Hobbes as his contemporary relevance. However, there are almost as many different ideas of what's at stake in debates about Leviathan as there are Hobbes scholars, and Hobbes's relevance to us today is only one such idea. And I can say this with some confidence because I recently conducted a survey of some 36 Hobbes scholars and enthusiasts across the fields of history, intellectual history, political theory, political science, speculative philosophy, political philosophy. I mean, this is a completely non-scientific survey because it's not a random sample. These just happen to be the people that I know or I've read or I admire. And so, sought their opinions about. But what I asked them is what they think is at stake in the debates they find most important. So if we could go to the next slide, here are the questions that I asked them. And I think perhaps you were sent this just so you could think about it over yourself for purposes of discussion. What's been at stake in the Hobbes debates in your area of interest? Has anything been decisively established? And what are the open questions for the future? So let's go to the next slide. In answer to what has been at stake, quite a few respondents actually did say that Hobbes' relevance to us today is at stake. One person wrote, quote, "One cannot fully understand a philosophical position if one does not ask for the implications of this position for contemporary problems and questions." Now, I realize that that's slightly backward of the way that I presented it. So this person is saying, well, if you really want to understand Hobbes, you need to see how Hobbes would be applied today. So that's not exactly that we study Hobbes to know about application today. Hobbes himself, though, you will recall, characterized philosophy as aimed at helping us to live more contented lives. Right? So both in De Homine and in Leviathan, we have Hobbes saying that, the point of philosophy is to enable us to live better lives. So this idea that his relevance to the way that we live now is what's at stake seems to be an idea that Hobbes himself would not have poo-pooed, right? Would not have rejected. But what was interesting is that others thought of relevance in a broader way than was suggested in the volume that I just showed you in the last slide. So that was really about particular issues. Whereas here are some answers that think of his relevance much more broadly, like this one, as a resource for understanding what happens emotionally, intellectually, and literally when a hierarchical definition of authority is gone, when the absolute top of political and religious power gets his head cut off? That's a pretty big practical question. Can you advance? There we go. Also as a source of insight into the peculiarities of 21st century thinking, by studying Hobbes' interpretations that were colored by Nazism or Marxism, or in the case of Macpherson, capitalism. That is to say, we can kind of look from above at the interpretations that we had and think about what that told us about our sort of own life. Or next, as a source of insight, in a source of illumination, helpful for feminism. This was a theme that more than one person brought up, and I too actually think there's something to this. You know, given Hobbes's emphasis on the body, and given his emphasis on power relations, it does look as if Hobbes can be a useful resource for feminist thinking, and there's been quite a lot of work being done now investigating that possibility. And next, how studying Hobbes's idea of the relationship between the corporation and the state might help us to think about this relationship today between the corporation and the state, particularly because we live in a time where there are corporations that are so powerful and so unwieldy. The person who wrote this evidenced, you know, offered as examples Twitter and, you know, Facebook, now Meta, that, you know, these can actually threaten political institutions. Does Hobbes give us resources for thinking about what this relationship ought to be or how it could be managed? Next slide, please. Now, it won't surprise you that for many of us, actually, it's not about the usefulness of Hobbes, it's just about understanding Hobbes. You know, it's what's at stake is simply to understand aspects of Hobbes's thought or relations among aspects of his thought. So one person said what's at stake is, quote, to understand something vital in Hobbes's thought. Okay, well, as the slogan of the old National Enquirer tabloid used to put it, you know, inquiring minds want to know. And we academics want to know, right? We don't dismiss the value of knowledge for its own sake. But the things that respondents wanted to understand included this: how Hobbes's rigid view of genre and hierarchical ordering of literary forms in his response to Devon and Skondebert is connected, if it is, you know, in what way, to Leviathan's argument for absolutism. Next, click. The architecture and design of Leviathan as a whole, and also how the various pieces fit within that. And next, this was very big for many people, God's role, if any, in the broader Hobbesian philosophical project. Next, but notice this is different, not God's role, religion, the role that religion should play in political life, and the new science. Next, what is his purpose in advocating for this or that, as the person put it, ecclesiastical, or theological position, or what Hobbes was doing in his religious and scriptural arguments? We talked a little bit about that. Next, whether he endorsed toleration, big debate about that. Next, how to understand his mechanistic materialism. And next, how to integrate his materialistic metaphysics into his political and ethical thinking. This is something that I touched on when I mentioned Samantha Frost earlier. Next. So more generally, the relation of body to mind and the relation of passions to reason. If we can't really understand that, it's going to be very hard to understand Hobbesian motivation. And next, education. Education was a big theme here. People seem to have recognized that education is integral to Hobbes's project, but what exactly is the mechanism and how does it operate, right? How can it be effective if we settle the content of a proper Hobbesian education, how is that supposed to change hearts and minds? Okay, and next, the metaphysical status of morality and of values. This was a big one. And the structure of Hobbes's ethics. It seems that as simpler pictures of Hobbesian ethics as just, right is instrumental to the good of keeping your body alive. There's been a complexification of pictures of the structure of his ethics. So a lot of people were concerned with this. And next, yeah, change versus continuity in Hobbes's political works. This, of course, our study of this has really been vastly enhanced with the publication of Deborah Baumgold's free text edition of Hobbes's political theory, where she lays elements of Lloyd, the Keyway, and Leviathan side by side. But a lot of interest in this. And next, the impact of medieval ecclesiastical corporations on his thinking about the state. This might sound a little boutique, but actually there are quite a number of people who are working on his thinking about corporations. And next, so the mix of liberal and anti-liberal aspects of Hobbes's political philosophy. I think we used to have a much simpler view that he was, just strictly anti-liberal. Then the pendulum swung, he was a liberal. Now there's consideration of what is this melange, of these thoughts. Okay, and next. We always assumed that he was a realist, that it was realpolitik in international relations, but now there's some investigation into that. Next. How Hobbes understands the differences between individuals and states, right? So, individuals are agents, certain kinds of motives, moved in certain ways, representing themselves as natural persons. Are states different? And then again, next, yeah. The identity of Hobbes's person of the Commonwealth. And of course, what that person is will have some implications for its proper functioning. And finally, how to understand representation. So these were the sets of questions that people just really wanted to understand, about Hobbes's own theory. But then a third theme, in answer to the question what was at stake, was Hobbes' relation to others. If we can go to the next slide, please. His relation to other thinkers and other traditions. So, of course, the historical context of Hobbes's texts and his arguments has been of tremendous interest. Next, his relation to humanism. Next, his place in the development of science. Was he helpful, not helpful? Where does he sit? Next, how his materialist mode of psychology, this model of psychology differs from Gassendi's, how it differs from Hume's, whether those differences correspond to differences in their moral and political theories. Big questions, interesting questions. And next, the place of his system Yeah, let's see this one. Click. So moral philosophers are interested now to learn whether Hobbes was really a contractarian, which is what we used to think, grounding his normative views entirely exclusively in individual kind of economic rationality, care about self-interest, maximizing self-interest, or rather whether he was what they now call a contractualist, that is to say that his theory appeals to some notion like reasonableness or second personal authority. And next, yes. So this is a classic question, of course, but the place of the system in the logic of social contract arguments, there's been some doubt raised, particularly as emphasis on the natural law basis of his philosophy has been emphasized, that maybe he isn't actually a social contract theorist at all. Maybe that's not the mechanism by which it works, by which the theory works. But in any case, it would be nice to know where he sits in this history. And next, how his political theories set the agenda of modern political philosophy. This is complicated, of course, because it depends on what you think he's done. Where you're going to situate him, but there's a lot of work now interested in this. And next, the relation of his conventionalist conception of justice to that of other conventionalists, Hume being most famously one of those and of later thinkers. And next, I should say, this is actually a response that I got late, but I wanted to put it in, and I hope we can hear about it in discussion. His legacy in 18th century deist and free-thinking traditions, which I hope we'll hear more about that. So now look, the fourth theme is that came through all of these surveys was that what was at stake was proper interpretive method. And that seems to be something that really reared its head throughout these debates. So debates over particular substantive issues have brought deeper issues of how to approach interpretation to the fore. And these issues reflect disciplinary differences in standards of proof, standards of argument, as well as personal sensibilities. It's pretty clear. We saw some of that when we were earlier discussing the debates among Martinich and his various critics over Hobbes's treatment of scripture. Whether Hobbes's texts should be read at face value or whether we should instead read them, between the lines or ironically, whether his arguments should be taken as sincere or instead as intended to be seen, at least by the elite, as so clearly bad, such obviously terrible arguments that readers would understand that he meant them to conclude the opposite of what the argument ostensibly concluded. So these sorts of disagreements include disagreement over whether the opinions of Hobbes's contemporaries ought to be privileged, or whether we should sort them according to whether they were as good of philosophers as he was, or whether they had some beef with him, or this also engages people's views about whether a little bit of time and distance gives you a better perspective on things. Second question about when ignoring or discounting evidence, either textual or contextual, is compatible with proper interpretation. In a system as large as Hobbes's, good luck to you if you can fit every single piece of the puzzle into place. The question is, what can you omit and when and on what grounds? One of my respondents wrote, and I thought this was striking, the linguistic textual orientation of the Skinner era has given way to much more work on biographical, social, political, religion, and book history contexts. All right. So, and I hope in discussion, you will share your own particular views about what's been at stake. But now I want to share with you my favorite part of this survey, which was the, have any conclusions been decisively established? Can we go to the next slide, please? So, so I'm sorting these according to, the massive, sort of like the most people. Most people said no. One said nothing is ever decisively established when it comes to Hobbes. Next, no. But some positions have been decisively challenged or become harder to argue for. So, people would give examples of things that they thought had become harder to argue for, harder to argue that Hobbes was a narrow egoist. Some people thought it was harder to argue that he was a divine command theorist. People didn't actually agree about what was harder to argue for. But okay, next we have no, but the spectrum of opinion has moved toward the camp of, and I'm prepared to let you guess who. In each case, it was, me, the writer, right? So everyone who said this said, well, the spectrum of opinion has moved toward my camp, over time. It's not been decisively established, but, people agree with me. Okay, listen, I'm guilty of that too. So next, this is my absolute favorite. No, but many of the current mistakes are more sophisticated than the earlier mistakes. So, and there's something to be said for this. Yeah, I mean, we know a lot more now, and we can be more precise and we can be more careful, and so our mistakes can be better, more sophisticated mistakes. All right, but it wasn't no to everybody. So next slide. Some people said, yes, some conclusions have been decisively established to my own satisfaction, right? So quite a number of people said, look, I've settled my mind about a lot of these issues, although I grant that other people don't agree with me. So you didn't get this sense of angst that you might get if everything's up in the air, because people are sort of settling them. One person wrote, sometimes people think that they themselves have decisively established substantial conclusions, but rarely do others agree. That seems right. Okay, so next we have, this is a bolder claim. Yes, objectively, some conclusions have been established. It's just that people don't widely recognize them. So these are people who think, well, obviously anybody ought to agree that certain conclusions have been established. It's just that not everybody is, with the program yet. And then next, there were quite a lot of people who had this view. Definitive negative conclusions have been established, or formerly dominant pictures have been displaced, or at least massively complicated. So, for instance, it was offered here, broad ideological stories placing Hobbes as a landmark in the development of democracy, or of capitalism, or in the Western canon, have been rejected. It's been established, one person said, that some of the persistent caricatures of Hobbes need to be re-examined. And they offered as an example that Hobbes is not a legal positivist of the sort that Bentham and Austin were, has been conclusively shown. It's been decisively established that Hobbes's political theory texts are not interchangeable. We definitively established the falsity, I like this one, of interpretations that reason better than Hobbes by showing that he should have said rulers are accountable to the people. One person said, hard to disagree with this, all that's agreed upon is that he was neither a Catholic nor a Presbyterian. More than one person ventured that there's broad agreement when it comes to when it comes to Hobbes's method, that Hobbes was confused. So several people said, well, you know, we have agreement that when it comes to method, Hobbes is confused, or else that he's got conflicting methods at work. And one person concluded that there was complete and total consensus in his area, but opined that that might be because he was the only person working in his area. All right, so interestingly, many respondents thought progress had been made on the question with which I began, that question of the role in Hobbes' system of the desire for self-preservation, bodily self-preservation, and fear of bodily death. So one person wrote, I don't actually know if this is, I don't know if I have a slide about this. Wait, let me just see. No, okay. So one person wrote, Hobbes's mechanistic materialism. This person wrote that what we've established is that Hobbes's mechanistic materialism is not intended to establish that humans necessarily desire bodily preservation above all other goods. Another person wrote, we have largely dropped the mid-century idea of overly simplistic connections between materialism and self-interest. A third person wrote, the majority view has become the minority view, at least among specialists. Specialists are reluctant to attribute to Hobbes psychological egoism. A fourth person said, we have a much better understanding of Hobbes' alleged egoism. He doesn't hold a stupid view that humans are entirely self-interested or egoistic, either a substantive view or the stupid, true by definition view. So that's some progress. And another said, we have established, quote, the importance of Hobbes's writings on religious doctrine to any plausible reading of Hobbes's political theory. And with this, others concurred, quote, I think it has been established that the discussions of religion and theology are not dispensable. I don't think anyone would dream of publishing an edition of only the first two books any longer. Okay, so what are the projects of tomorrow? Let's have our next screen. Well, it won't surprise you to learn, since they think that almost all of the questions of today are still open, that the questions of tomorrow are the questions of today. Right? So these are the same questions that we've been investigating all along. One wrote, most of the substantial questions that have been open in the past are still open in some form. They mentioned things like, what would Hobbes's state of nature argument look like if we were to use a more realistic conception of a state of nature? Does Leviathan contain one continuous project that runs from beginning to end? How do all four parts contribute to this project? How can we think with Hobbes rather than against him, say by developing his materialism? Let's just click, we'll click up here. I think there are four of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So could Margaret Cavendish's philosophy be a useful foil for thinking about Hobbes's metaphysical and natural philosophical views? one thing I thought was super interesting was this last element. Did Hobbes know that he was doing what we say he's doing? This is tricky, right? Because we have these sophisticated, techniques and notions, and we have the advantage of, some history. But for example, to those moral philosophers who think that Hobbes was an expressivist, well, he didn't have that concept. Did he know that his moral theory was expressivist? Or, to people who think he's offering a form of contractualism as opposed to contractarianism, did he know that he was doing that? Or his use of authorization, which, we discuss very much, but of course for us, authorization has lots and lots of connotations that he would never have imagined. So, did he know that he was doing what we say he was doing? So, okay, so I'm basically done. I'll end my remarks just by addressing the obvious question, namely, should we conclude from all of this, next slide, that we've made no progress and that we have a cause for despair because we haven't agreed on anything and all the old questions are still open? Of course not, of course not. We have much more accurate editions of his works now. We have a much clearer understanding of the evolution of his political thought. We have resources like Deborah Baumgold's free text edition. Here, I'm going to hold it up and see if you can. Whoa, I guess you can't really see it. Deborah Baumgold's free text edition of Hobbes's political theory, which sets, as I say, the corresponding passages from Elements to Keyway and Leviathan side by side. George Wright is coming out with a new English language translation of the Latin Leviathan. We know so much more than we ever did before about the context of Leviathan. And we know more about Hobbes's life and his thinking, like Noel Malcolm's publication of his letters and Martinich's biography. We have so much more refined and sophisticated philosophical arguments for and against contending positions than we ever did before. And I suspect, although I would like to hear about this, much more advanced tools of analysis and interpretation in the humanities and political science. If you can go to the next slide. It's also true that interest in Leviathan and in Hobbes generally has been growing. If Chinese outreach is any example, expanding membership in Hobbes societies, the numbers of Hobbes conferences, including this one, this webinar and education, what we really should be doing is celebrating. We're living in a good time for Hobbes studies. So hit your little sound button there. Too late. A good time for Hobbes studies. So we should be happy and we should celebrate. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that incredibly interesting, fascinating presentation. So I'd like to open it up during the time that we have right now. So if anyone has questions they would like to ask or comments they would like to make or to join in and add their particular views on the survey, I'm happy to, and Professor Lloyd is happy to field those questions and comments.
I will note that Jane actually had some very interesting things to say, and I was hoping she might elaborate, but I don't know if she's here.
Jane?
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm here, and I actually had a question. That I'm the one who wrote in about deism too. I don't have a question about that, so I'm sorry. And I feel like I gave a very sketchy response to your survey after this just like incredible talk. I just want to thank you first of all for. I don't know how you did it. You know, this sort of synoptic, like suggestive yet so incredibly locating picture of Hobbes. I just so thank you so much for that. I've learned so much in the last 2 days and so much in the last time that you've been speaking. So thank you. You also have the best screensaver background I've seen. But I wanted to ask, I love the fact that one of the strands of your argument had to do with the fear of death. And the sort of manipulation of that fear and the ways that that maps onto religion in particular, which isn't so much maybe about manipulating fear of death, but manipulating fear of the afterlife. And I'm really interested in the idea of sleep as a sort of metaphor for death in that mode, right? As transitional, rather, whatever. But when you were speaking, I could not help but think of Foucault and Foucault's description of the transition that allegedly makes us modern, which is the transition from that, as he lays it out in the history of sexuality, which is the transition from what he calls the right of death, which is held by the sovereign, the power to end life, and the power over life, which is transferred to the state, and power is defined by the fact that it allows life to be perpetuated. And that's how Foucault is thinking about modernity, right? That shift. Hobbes is so interesting because he really blurs that binary in a really, really fascinating way, I think. And what that turns on, this is really the question I wanted to ask, had to do with this question of modernity in the first place. And like how we, I just sort of, at some level cite Latour, how we know that we're modern, right? Like what are the cues that we follow to tell ourselves that that is kind of where we are. It was a really interesting element of your sort of survey of the surveys at the end in terms of all the different ideas that people seem to be entertaining about what it means to be modern. It's a plurality of opinion, it's, sort of subjectivity, it's progress, it's, whatever. And so I wanted to ask if you could maybe speculate just a little bit more about maybe preconceptions of what it means to be modern that people bring to Hobbes, and the ways in which Hobbes himself might be defining or maybe denying modernity in a way that, sort of is key to that. So that's really what I'm just wondering about. And I don't know if that's a, sufficiently focused question for you even to answer, but it's just one of the many things that came to mind when you were speaking. And again, thank you so much for what you had to say. I really, really appreciated it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so look, I'm just a philosopher, right? I'm not an historian. So, I don't think that I have the most finely attuned sense of what it would be for somebody to be modern. I mean, it's pretty obvious, I think, that Hobbes himself believed himself to be modern and to be doing cutting edge, science and modern philosophy. He was establishing new fields that had never existed before, like political philosophy was just as old as his book, The Keyway. But I noticed that Al Martinich is here with us, and he is a much better historian than I am. So I think I would ask Al, if you would please, Al, can you speak to this question of modernity?
I don't have a whole lot to say for this reason. I think that we're no longer in a modern age. The contemporary world is really postmodern. And I think that so many different opinions, different value systems occur in our world that it's hard to relate Hobbes to the postmodern world. That's all I can say that would be sensible.
I mean, Jane, you yourself, how would you think about modernity?
I actually don't think we're modern. And that doesn't mean that I don't think we're postmodern but I think we're postmodern necessarily, because I think postmodernism is probably, a version of modernism in one way or another. I think I go back to Latour actually in that, and this actually brings up an element of sort of work on Hobbes that I'm kind of surprised hasn't come up so far, which is, again, it's more history, but Chapin and Schaeffer's Leviathan and the air pump. Right? So Latour's idea is that modernity is, it defines itself in terms of a split between politics and technology, basically. And his argument is that these have always been compounded. And the Leviathan and the air pump argument, of course, is that, Hobbes is the one who actually points out, that these things are irrevocably intertwined. But that's not a new idea. It's actually one that he's drawing on traditionally. So I think there's something about this sort of enmeshment and a way that we define ourselves in terms of this enmeshment that is in play here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe one of the things we might want to move beyond is sort of ancient and modern in the first place, and that Hobbes actually teaches us to do that. I think that's what I would be most interested in. I love the fact that you ended with medieval wood blocks, right? They seemed, the last images that we saw, which seemed to be a really sort of fascinating sort of direction, some place that we haven't quite been yet that Hobbes potentially could take us. So I don't know. I'm not a Hobbesian, so I'm not sure. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Owen, would you like to go next?
Great. Thank you very much for all of that. I've been finding this so exciting to sit in on this conference. So I had two questions, related questions. First one is, well, if we brought Hobbes back to life and sat him in this room, would he actually be the best judge of his own arguments in the room? Would he be the top authority on Hobbesian philosophy? And I'm inclined to say no, for two reasons, maybe, but I'll see what I would be very interested to hear what you think about that. So one is, when he raised the point, did Hobbes know what he was doing, what we say he was doing?
Right.
If we interpret that to mean his effects on the world, what happened as a result of him stating these arguments? Well, we could say, well, no, because those effects happened long after he died. They continue to have effects on the world. But if we mean, did he know what was, the kind of implications of the claims he was making? I would say, but also no, because it's taken a very long time and a lot of philosophical effort to actually make sense of what these arguments commit one to. So I'm inclined to think, people would have to instruct Hobbes in the room and say, okay, Hobbes, you're not the top authority on Hobbesianism, despite that seemingly paradoxical sound. But so I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say about that. And then the second question is, and as I say, related, and whether it's about how to make sense of interpretive disagreement among, to put it crudely, sort of like philosophically minded readers of Hobbesian political philosophy. Because is it a matter of us disagreeing about what is the true understanding of Hobbesian philosophy, or could it be that these are rival theoretical elaborations of a text that admits of many possible such elaborations? And here I thought, the model I had in mind was, say, how analytical Marxists see themselves in relation to structural Marxists or various other sorts of Marxists, where they might say, yeah, well, I think these are the arguments that are really important, and I'm not so sure about those. And the other people say, no, I think these are the important arguments. And they might not see themselves as contending about how to understand, what Marx meant, but rather they just take different views on which is the more valuable argument. And then they give an argument for why that's the case. So, yeah, so just to reiterate, do you think Hobbes is the top expert on Hobbesianism? And is it possible to think of interpretive disagreement as really rival theoretical elaborations? Thank you.
Oh gosh, well, I mean, those are both stupendous questions, big, deep, too deep, but to start with Hobbes's self-conception, I mean, I think all the evidence that we have indicates that Hobbes thought himself to be really smart, and he thought he knew his own mind, and he thought that most of the idiots around him who didn't understand him because they were idiots. So I think that he at least thought that he had something in mind, but you see him actually arguing, particularly in the religious context, that that nobody should be held responsible for all of the unforeseeable implications of their view down the line, right? So, so he recognizes that there might be implications of views that he's taken that, you know, possibly even he hasn't yet appreciated fully. So I'm not sure that he put it this way. I think were he to discover some unsavory implication of something he said down the line, he might be quite willing to go back and revise his position. But when you were talking about sort of effects down the line, I was thinking sort of more broadly and historically. I thought maybe you were thinking things like, well, you know, he advocates absolutism, but he could never have imagined 20th century totalitarian regimes, right? That maybe he could never have imagined what absolutism, what concentration of power might really be able to do. Because, you know, here's a guy who's living in a time there are no standing armies. You know, you want to fight somebody, you got to sort of call up your friends and supporters, say, bring a horse and your gun. And, you know, that's not the same thing as what you see in, you know, the Third Reich. So I do think it's entirely possible that his views about the concentration of power, that he might have taken a sober look at them had he seen historically what can happen with concentration of power. Look, it's so tough because he's still right. Because states of nature have not gotten any prettier over time. I mean, in fact, states of nature are, you know, horrific. They're not individual against individual. It's not a war of, you know, each against every other. No. And it's never been that way. It's always been gangs and mobs and groups and, you know, people who are brought together, you know, through some religious affiliation or some familial affiliation or something. But, you know, there are gangs and they can, you know, they can wreak real havoc on others. You know, being stateless is just as bad as Hobbes said it was. Might even be worse than Hobbes said it was. So, you know, whether he would really actually ultimately have changed his mind if he had seen that concentration of power has greater risks than he thought it did, you know, that I'm not really sure about. To your second question, is there a true interpretation? Can you say a little bit more about what you're thinking?
Yeah, it's so I guess I'm not so much suggesting that there's no sense to the question, you know, what's the right interpretation of what Hobbes was up to or what he meant, but rather that there's a separate sort of evaluative question about, well, which of the arguments on the table, supposing we agree on what they mean, which ones do we think are, you know, in some, you know, to put it crudely, like reasonable or sensible? And depending on the aims one has, say, as a political theorist, you might say, I think this part of his argument about state representation is very interesting, but I don't need to buy all of the arguments about, you know, laws of nature, or, I mean, just take your pick, any other part of the system. So people can kind of pick and choose elements and say, I'm going to just take that argument and run with it. So I take it that people like, yeah, like that's hence why I use the example of the analytical Marxists, where they would just say, yeah, I think Marx was wrong about this point, but he was totally right about this point, and we're going to elaborate that. But that's not so much an interpretive debate about what's the best reading of the text that we have, but rather an evaluative debate about which of these arguments is, you know, worth taking seriously. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not a purist in the sense that I think you have to have an entirely unified interpretation of Hobbes, and therefore, got to toe the line on each and everything he says. I do think that Hobbes is insightful and useful in a variety of ways. Surprising ways. I actually agree with, well, I'm sort of part of this feminist movement that's actually thinking that his work on power and the body is useful in feminist thinking. So, I'm not above sort of picking and choosing and taking stuff. On the other hand, there is this larger debate in Hobbes studies, which is, does the guy have a system? Does he have something in mind? And there's a huge disagreement about that. Some people think, no, he's just massively confused about everything. Pick an issue, he's just confused. And so there's really sort of nothing to be gotten here. And there's also no system here. This is not my sensibility, but this might also have to do with my own training. Rawls was very, Rawls's basic thought was that if you don't think the guy is smarter than you are, why are you reading him? And if you do think he's smarter than you are, then maybe you should stop saying how stupid he is and try to figure out what he was saying, right? So this was sort of beaten into me in my youth. And I think I have co-opted that basic thing, which is no, and plus I'm a philosopher, so I'm always looking to find a coherent, consistent reading that makes sense and also justifies the intense interest I have in him, justifies my study of him. Thank you, Owen.
So we're a few minutes past, but I'd like to, if we could perhaps, we have two questions on the table here. If they could be asked simultaneously, and perhaps you could, if you're willing, Sharon, to respond to those relatively succinctly, because we do have another session scheduled to start at 3. Does that sound good? Okay, so Amina and then Deborah.
Hi, Sharon. I enjoyed your talk. I came a little late. I was confused in the time, but I kind of got like an overview of the kind of importance of a talk like this. But I guess I have a statement and like two questions. And like one of the questions I think is adjacent to Owen's question. But the first is like more of a statement or thoughts on it more. I was working on a chapter on Cavendish and Hobbes during the time of the insurrection of January 6th. And it pushed me to think about kind of the context, but like what is transcended of that context about thinking about rebellion in civic education. And that seemed super important to Hobbes, right? But it brought up a question here. I was reading a book called Saving, I don't know if you ever read it, Saving History, How Evangelicals Tour the Nation, and this kind of like parallel kind of like religious reading of America's founding and how it conflicts with like kind of the standard, kind of American founding, and how important, I guess, it is to distinguish between civic education and religious commitments and now ideological commitments, and like how dangerous that can look. Like, what can we take in terms of, okay, we don't want, a shutdown of free press, we don't want to eliminate, the open marketplace of ideas, but at the same time, Hobbes in some ways like brings up what's at stake when we don't have an emphasis on civic education, a pervasive civic-minded collaborative sphere in which people can kind of meet in the middle, and like what kind of like chaos, like just different political realities existing at one time. And then I guess my question is about interpreting Hobbes, and just wanted to hear your view of like why very smart Hobbesians, very smart philosophers have overlooked the fact that the final word about self-preservation is not just bodily self-preservation, that there's a whole larger conversation, which your work has pointed out, about interestedness, like overall, like what does that mean? And why was that important to talk about? Do you think that the kind of either narrow reading of that or the overemphasis on the self-preservation part is like kind of like prejudices philosophy holds about fundamental concepts, and that still like a materialism is generally, and materialism has helped feminism, theories of race, things like that. And it's been really important to go back and relook at these resources on what we would call materialism, but that there's still this kind of philosophical, I guess, pejorative, term. Materialism still has a pejorative function in philosophy, this kind of like doubtable or doubtable, stance, I guess, in thinking about mind, body, and et cetera. And does that play in it? Is there biases of the ideas in which we think are fundamental to philosophy that contribute to this? That may be a disorganized question, but it's just kind of what came out. And then finally, what would be your take of these three different Hobbes, right? The political theorist Hobbes, at receiving Grotius, reading Suarez, reading all these discourses on power, the Hobbes of his mechanistic philosophy, his mechanics, which no one really reads. And it's like pretty, if you look at the political theory, the mechanics, it seems to be a very pervasive conversation about bodies, emotion, and things like that. And then the religious component. What would be your take? It's a big intervention, but what would be a foundational way to approach would be inclusive to all these different Hobbes that people are fighting over? That's it.
Well, one way, you ask a bunch of very big questions, but one way to do it would be the way that Hobbes does it whenever he gets overwhelmed, is he does revert, and I think that one of our speakers earlier in the day alluded to this, to introspection. So the person, the individual human being reverts to introspection and thinks about their own experience, and then judges the various philosophical theories that are, offered to them, or religious views that are offered to them, by judging them against their own experience. I think Hobbes is in a difficult position because, his official view is that science, if you want science, then you have definitions, and then you have what follows from definitions. And of course, none of that is empirical. And, even though he says, well, they should be apt definitions, which sounds like it means they should fit with empirical experience, it looks like the whole realm of knowledge is going to be quite distinct from the realm of experience. But I think in the end, if you look at Leviathan at every crucial point of argument, every single one, he says, and if you doubt me, introspect, right? Observe yourself. So I think that might be a sort of way to hold it together. But I see that Deborah has something to say about this, and I want to hear what she says.
Well, through your whole talk, I've been thinking about a kind of relevance that I don't think you talked about, which I'd label therapeutic relevance. And I started thinking about it with your Rorschach test. The Rorschach test, instead of finding our interest in Hobbes, or, applying what does Hobbes say about this that interests me, don't we many times actually find ourselves in Hobbes? So we go in with one question and find out something about ourselves or about the world. It might be the definition of greatness. and a really tiny autobiographical story. The reason it all came to mind, you mentioned that ambition was a theme of my book. It didn't start out that way, but that's not the point of the story. I was living in a not terrific academic department, not unknown to many of us. And I gave a talk, and I realized over drinks at dinner that I was talking about my department. And it was an ambitious elite, been there, done that. But Hobbes was, so I just think, that there's a kind of therapeutic relevance to the greats that's not there when you're just going to hear how somebody else made it a philosophical argument. And that's somewhat different, actually, than what you said about John Rawls's view, which is totally correct. They're all smarter. But there's also something less rational going on. Anyway, that's where your Rorschach test took me.
Well, that's brilliant. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, and I feel it too. But I guess all of us Hobbes lovers probably feel it that way too.
Well, thank you very much for a wonderful talk and a wonderful session as well. This has been so much food for thought for all of us. We have gone a little bit over what we had anticipated, so I propose that we begin the last session at 3:15, and both of our presenters have agreed to do so. Plan to sort of reconvene at 3:15. But once again, thank you so much, Sharon. This is a great talk. Really appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kevin Olson. I'm a professor of political science here at UC Irvine. And I'm delighted to introduce what I'd like to call our Bay Area panel. This is for the final panel of the day. We have two wonderful and distinguished colleagues from Northern California, who are Kinch Hoekstra and James Martel. Kinch Hoekstra is Chancellor's Professor of Political Science and Law at the University of California, Berkeley. Prior to his arrival at Berkeley, he was also a faculty member at Oxford University. He's held visiting positions at Oxford, at Princeton University, at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, Boston University, and UCLA. He works on the history of political, moral, and legal thought, particularly ancient Renaissance and early modern political philosophy. And just personally, I'll say my familiarity with his work actually goes back to his wonderful essay from 1997, Hobbes and the Fool. And that's, for those of you who haven't read the original version of Hobbes lately, that's F-O-O-L-E, the Fool. It's a beautifully insightful reading of the passage in chapter 15 of the Leviathan. The fool hath said in his heart, there is no such thing as justice. And I've had a photocopy of this essay close at hand and kind of orbiting around my office ever since. And I mean photocopy, I mean that truly. You remember that's how we did things back then. Professor Hoekstra went on, of course, to write many other things. He's the co-editor of the Oxford Handbook of Hobbes, and he's published widely on Hobbes' work, among other topics, in a great variety of excellent journals and edited volumes. This includes additional essays in political theory, the Journal of the History of Philosophy, the Cardozo Law Review, and a large number of important edited volumes. James Martel, our other speaker, is a professor of political science at San Francisco State University. He's also the former president of the Association for the Study of Law, Culture, and the Humanities, and the former editor of the very exciting journal Theory and Event. He has research interests in American and European political theory, continental philosophy, anarchism, critical race theory, post-colonial theory, cultural studies, and theories of gender and sexuality. He's published 7 books and has an 8th on the way, and has also published over 70 essays. For our purposes, I think it's important to mention his quite provocative volume, Subverting the Leviathan, Reading Thomas Hobbes as a Radical Democrat, which was published by Columbia University Press. He's published so many other books that I think it's easiest to talk about them in groups. And in that spirit, I'll particularly single out his wonderful trilogy of books on Volta Benjamin, which are The One and Only Law, Volta Benjamin and the Second Commandment, Divine Violence, Volta Benjamin and the Eschatology of Sovereignty, and then the third, Textual Conspiracies, Volta Benjamin, Idolatry and Political Theory. And I'll also just mention, of that large group of books, another favorite of mine, his wonderful volume, The Misinterpolated Subject, which was published by Duke University Press a couple of years ago. Okay, I'd like to turn the floor over now to our first speaker, Kinch Hoekstra. The title of his talk is Hobbes and Historical Knowledge.
Great. Well, warm thanks, Kevin. Can everybody hear me? Just thought I'd check. Thank you. I'm delighted to hear there's someone else who keeps photocopies around. I think it won't be too long from now that they'll be rarer than rare books, which still have some sort of a purpose, but photocopies days may be more numbered. And first, my warm thanks to the several organizers. Second, my apologies that teaching and meetings precluded me from joining yesterday. It was a fantastic lineup, and I'm sure it was excellent. I look forward to seeing video. And third, my appreciation for today's talks and discussion. For my part, to adopt language from Sharon's presentation, I can but strive to make somewhat more sophisticated mistakes than some of my predecessors. My title is Hobbes and Historical Knowledge, which may well seem to be a contradiction in terms. For Hobbes famously says, for example, in chapter 7 of Leviathan, that it is, quote, when discourse is put into speech and begins with the definitions of words and proceeds by connection of the same into general affirmations and of these again into syllogisms, the last sum is called the conclusion, and the thought of the mind by it signified is that knowledge of the consequence of words, which is commonly called science. And he distinguishes prudence from science, of course. Prudence is based on experience and is fallible. Science or philosophy is based on the knowledge of the consequences of words and is infallible. So it might seem that history, which is a kind of collection of experience, according to Hobbes, cannot produce or present true knowledge. And that's not just the line that many philosophers take, thinking that Hobbes himself dismisses the kind of work that he had done before he discovered philosophy. It is also the generally accepted conclusion of historians of the subject and of many scholars who have focused particularly on Hobbes's so-called humanistic works and the relation between those works and Hobbes's later philosophical works. In a rich and sophisticated recent work, Timothy Rayler's 2018 Philosophy, Rhetoric, and Thomas Hobbes, Rayler explicitly follows Quentin Skinner's account of what he calls Hobbes's, quote, rejection of history, unquote. I here start with several relevant quotations from Rayler's book to ensure that in my brief remarks today, I'm criticizing precisely a position that a signal interpreter in fact holds, rather than risking the creation of a conveniently caricatured position under cover of a composite picture. But I do think this is, broadly speaking, a widely, though not universally, accepted view. Rayler maintains that whereas in Hobbes's work on Thucydides and through the 1630s, Hobbes countenanced history and prudence as guides for civil life and political action, this changed by 1640 with a, quote, new epistemology of the sciences, unquote. Quote, the basis of this distinction, says Rayler, is a discrimination between a conclusive evidence of truth and a mere experience of fact, unquote, such that, quote, Hobbes downgrades the long prized cardinal virtue of prudence to the level of a merely animal capacity, unquote. As a matter of epistemology, Rayler claims, quote, information drawn from experience is not a demonstration, but a supposition, and there is no formal difference between allowing such supposition and making a mistake or trusting to the authority of others, which Hobbes defines as belief, unquote. Rayler then quotes the Elements of Law, 166, taking this to apply to all claims based on experience. And here's the elements of law quotation that he says applies to all claims based on experience. Quote, all such propositions as are admitted by trust or error, we are not said to know, but to think them to be true. And the admittance of them is called opinion, unquote. And between such opinion and certain knowledge, Rehler concludes, quote, there is therefore an unbridgeable chasm. This distinction has disciplinary consequences, Rehler continues. Quote, Hobbes accepts the traditional association of history with experience, memory, and prudence. But he now insists, as he had not done in the prefatory matter to his Thucydides, that experience and prudence, and therefore history, cannot be considered productive of true knowledge. His rejection also involves a rebuttal of the tacitist approach to history with which he had earlier been in sympathy, unquote. Thus far, Timothy Rehler, to get a kind of baseline for a few reflections on this subject, which some present have also reflected on in different ways. In brief, I maintain that almost everything that I've just quoted is incorrect. Instead, Hobbes continues to praise prudence as useful. He refers repeatedly to knowledge of fact. And indeed, he begins, for example, the Latin Leviathan in chapter 9 thus, quote, there are two kinds of knowledge. One is of fact, and is the knowledge proper to witnesses, the record of which is history, unquote. Or as he puts it at the beginning of the 9th chapter of the English Leviathan, quote, there are of knowledge two kinds, whereof one is knowledge of fact, the other knowledge of the consequence of one affirmation to another. The former, that is knowledge of fact, is absolute knowledge, and the register of knowledge of fact is called history, unquote. Therefore, experiential claims generally, and history in particular, are not or need not necessarily be mere opinion, and they are productive of true knowledge. I think this is so in a couple of ways. First, simply because history is, as I've just mentioned, the register of knowledge, being indeed the register of absolute knowledge, a register of that kind of knowledge anyway. This is not to say that everything that claims to be a history is a register of knowledge, of course. Only proper or true histories will qualify. But that, I think, is similar to philosophy, as not everything that claims to be philosophy is a register of knowledge of consequences from names. Most things that claim to be philosophy, according to Hobbes, do not qualify as proper or true philosophy. Second, experience is productive of true knowledge because just as Euclid's starting points were seen as reflections of our spatial experience, so Hobbes too accepts that sense experience provides the materials from which any formal structure of deductions ought to be built. He writes at the beginning of Leviathan, the very beginning of Leviathan, that the original of all thoughts is that which we call sense, for there is no conception in a man's mind which hath not at first totally or by parts been begotten upon the organs of sense. The rest are derived from that original, unquote. What then of the claim that Rehler makes that, quote, there is no formal difference between allowing such suppositions of experience and making a mistake or trusting to the authority of others, unquote. Well, I think it's notable that Hobbes's distinction of science and prudence is normally part of a threefold distinction. And within that tripartition, he says that science and prudence are both useful, but that when one can appeal to infallible science, it is, of course, to be preferred. And he contrasts the utility of both of these with trusting to the authority of others, which he believes to be far from useful. Now, I don't mean to contest here the status of civil science per se. Civil science is, of course, foundational and crucial for Hobbes. It can, he thought, at last establish that authority and obligation, for example, are as absolute as can be. Civil science is what Hobbes thought was missing and what he thought he had invented. But I don't think that he believed this obviated the arts of government or the need for prudence, or that it led to a rejection of history. Even in Leviathan, Hobbes says in chapter 2 this, but this is certain, by how much one man has more experience of things past than another, by so much also he is more prudent, and his expectations the seldomer fail him, unquote. In the comparison of someone with prudence in chapter 5, where Hobbes famously distinguishes between reason and science and prudence, is this. is with, he compares it to a man endued with an excellent natural use and dexterity in handling his arms, unquote. And this is a pretty intriguing example, I think, perhaps a revealing comparison. If we think about, for example, the comparison in the contrast here of the person with science, the comparison there is to an apparently unobtainable ideal, approximation to which would I think have more to do with practice and experience than with deduction. So the illustration is that of the swordsman who has, as Hobbes puts it, quote, an acquired science of where he can offend or be offended by his adversary in every possible posture or guard, unquote. Hobbes says that this would be not only useful, but infallible. But of course, no such acquired science exists, and thus no such infallible swordsman exists. It's no wonder, given his comparison with a dexterous swordsman, that Hobbes thinks that, as he puts it in chapter 10 of Leviathan, quote, to prudent men, we commit the government of ourselves more willingly than to others, unquote. So Hobbes regularly makes a threefold distinction. There is prudence, which is much experience and is useful. There is science, which is in principle infallible when it can be had. And there are presumptively false rules of authorities that are based on neither. This is, again, most famously in chapter 5 of the Leviathan, but is elsewhere too. Hobbes rails against the last of those three, the reliance on the rules of others. But he thinks that, quote, in any business whereof a man has not infallible science to proceed by, unquote, that man is not at a loss, for he can proceed by judgment. Hobbes consistently holds that judgment is improved by experience. Nor do I think it's plausible that Hobbes thinks that any business whatsoever can be fully managed according to infallible science. Just I'll invite you to think with me about what Hobbesian civil science says about whether to promote a particular minister, or alter the fleet profile of the Navy, or raise the tax on oil. The right answers to these questions simply do not follow deductively from apt definitions of terms. Now, again, I do want to insist that Hobbesian civil science, for Hobbes, of course, has essential work to do. For without it, for example, subjects don't understand that they owe obedience in almost all things. Sovereigns don't understand that they have and must retain all of the rights of sovereignty. Neither of them understand that the church has no independent authority, and so on, for many of the most burning questions of Hobbes's day. Such issues are obviously big ones, and Hobbes thinks that they are largely sorted out by Hobbesian civil science. But on the other hand, and here I'm underlining this claim because it strikes me as simultaneously obvious and yet under-recognized, the sovereign and his, her, or their ministers then have to make innumerable non-scientific decisions, though they may have some guidance, some very vague guidance from the laws of nature, for example, or the nature of sovereignty. And these are the stuff of daily governance: to impose import duties, to set a cutoff age for compulsory schooling, to regulate mines, to prohibit kinds of punishment, to fortify or not fortify a particular harbor, and so on. Of course, Hobbes makes clear that it is a matter of civil science, that the subjects must obey the sovereign determination about all of these things too, these things that are not conclusions of civil science, but are presumably instead the result of the prudential art of government and other methods. So I accordingly wish to contest an influential historiographical account, according to which Hobbes wholly repudiates a Renaissance conception of the arts of government based on experience, prudence, discretion, judgment, and history. Hobbes does think the previous thinkers have missed something foundational because they have proceeded without true civil science or proper political philosophy. And his insistence on this can, I think, mislead us into thinking that there is no place in Hobbes's political worldview, at least post-1640, for the arts of rule, reason of state, and guidance from past particulars. I have focused thus far on how these things survive in Hobbes's view even after 1640, and for the sake of staying under 25 minutes, I won't multiply examples. But I think we can also look back to his earlier works for a more rounded understanding of how he conceives of prudence and the function of history and so on. That is, I don't think those things ought to be cut off from our consideration of what he means by these things. For the conception of a rejection of history and the repudiation of prudence has gone hand in hand with a view that by the time he wrote The Elements of Law, Hobbes had rejected the humanist commitments he had previously entertained or adopted. There have been some important challenges to this. There's one of them, which Ted and others will recognize. So it's not unanimous, but the influence of people like Leo Strauss and Quentin Skinner and others have alas, made this view of a sharp distinction between humanist and Renaissance conception of politics in this way, and the scientific Hobbes, the reigning orthodoxy. Now, in a brief concluding set of considerations, I wish to turn to a salient piece of this earlier period, with which I'll also say something about Rayler's view that in his earlier period, and in particular in his Thucydides, Hobbes favored a tacitist understanding of history. In the opening of his edition of Thucydides, Hobbes maintains that, quote, that kind of learning which best deserveth the pains and hours of great persons is history and civil knowledge, directed to the government of one's life and the public good. And he commends Thucydides for educating beyond a more childish education in, quote, both examples and precepts of heroic virtue. That's an older conception of history that Hobbes is saying is fine for telling tales to children, but isn't appropriate for history properly understood, adult history. He instead commends the Thucydides for such as comes to one's own to the years to frame your life by your own observation, unquote. So history, this is because history is above all a kind of observation and therefore a kind of instruction for adults. Hobbes promises a kind of politic education, but not in the Machiavellian mode. He says this, quote, for the principal and proper work of history being to instruct and enable men by the knowledge of actions past to bear themselves prudently in the present and providently toward the future, there is not extant any other that doth more fully and naturally perform it than this of my author. Having promised that this history will enable its readers to act prudently, he then addresses what Francis Bacon had called ruminative history. And like Bacon himself, he rules out discourses of this Machiavellian kind as simply not historical, these kind of observations on historical events. In other historians, Hobbes writes, quote, there be inserted very wise discourses, both of manners and policy, but being discourses inserted, and not of the contexture of the narration, they indeed commend the knowledge of the writer, but not the history itself, the nature whereof is merely narrative, unquote. And Hobbes then continues in a rather riskier vein, given that Bacon, the famous Tacitist historian, is one of his powerful patrons, for he goes after a central aim of that tradition of politic or Tacitist history itself. Though he does so in a way that allows a proponent or practitioner like Bacon to think the attack is only on bad Tacitist history. He says this, quote, in others, there be subtle conjectures at the secret aims and inward cogitations of such as fall under their pen, which is also none of the least virtues in a history where the conjecture is thoroughly grounded, not forced to serve the purpose of the writer in adorning his style or manifesting his subtlety in conjecturing. But these conjectures, Hobbes continues, cannot often be certain unless withal so evident that the narration itself may be sufficient to suggest the same also to the reader, unquote. So these subtle conjectures about inward cogitations and secret aims were absolutely at the core of politic history. They were the pride of Tacitian historiography, and Bacon explicitly extols them. But having appeared to allow such conjectures when done properly, Hobbes effectively dismisses them as useless or misleading, insisting on a kind of history that sticks to the facts. Hobbes then distinguishes Thucydides both from the Machiavellian discoursers and the Tacitist conjecturers, while giving him pride of place among all writers politic. Quote, but Thucydides, and this is a famous a passage you'll recognize, but Thucydides is one who, though he never digressed to read a lecture, moral or political, upon his own text, nor enter into men's hearts further than the actions themselves evidently guide him. That's setting aside both the Machiavellian discourses and the Tacitist conjectures about motivations of the central characters. He is yet accounted the most politic historiographer that ever writ, unquote. He goes on to say that Thucydides is the most politic because he vividly and accurately allows his readers to add to their own experience, and on that basis to draw out lessons for themselves from the narration itself. Quote, digressions for instruction's cause and other such open conveyances of precepts, which is the philosopher's part, he never useth, as having so clearly set before men's eyes the ways and events of good and evil counsels, that the narration itself doth secretly instruct the reader, and more effectually than possibly can be done by precept, unquote. The narration itself secretly instructs the reader. Hobbes here pushes again against both Machiavellian lessons and Tacitian precepts. Bacon had admonished that, quote, though every wise history is pregnant with political precepts and warnings, yet it is not the historian himself who should deliver them. And Hobbes pushes this idea still further, even, I think, against Bacon. I'm just about to conclude. He says, quote, so that look how much a man of understanding might have added to his experience, Hobbes writes, if he had then lived a beholder of their proceedings and familiar with the men and business of the time. So much almost may he profit now by attentive reading of the same here written. He may from the narrations draw out lessons to himself, and of himself be able to trace the drifts and counsels of the actors to their seat, unquote. The lesson, he says, is that we have to draw out the lessons for ourselves rather than relying on the conclusions or maxims of another. If we wish to obtain the knowledge that history provides, we must study the counsels and causes and their events and all of their obdurate complexity and particularity. Or to put this matter somewhat differently, historical knowledge may always be a knowledge of particulars, and any further lessons that we may draw, any generalizations or applications to later circumstances, are better drawn the more historically informed we are. But of course, they can never be infallible. But then, or so I argue, even for Hobbes, much of the stuff of politics is simply not tractable by infallible science. Thanks very much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Kinch. Our second speaker is James Martel, and his talk is entitled Hobbes and the Power of Collective Prophecy. James?
Thank you so much. Thanks to Keith and Kevin and Ryan and everybody for putting this together. It's been a great conference. So in my talk today, I'm going to be looking at Hobbes's understanding of prophecy as a way to get at what I see as a distinctly subversive, even anarchist side to a thinker who is far better known as an authoritarian. In what follows, I will show how Hobbes's understanding of prophecy and the prophetic tradition has always been at odds with his secular tale of the social contract. While in that latter story, the sovereign emerges as the last decider, quite autonomous from the people in whose name it rules. In the former theological story, prophecy, as I will show further, becomes a way for the people to weigh in on decisions about politics. It is precisely because the prophet for Hobbes does not have the sovereign's seeming absolute authority to dictate their views to the world, insofar as all prophetic utterances need to be interpreted, and the people must be the final judge of whether the prophet speaks for God or not in the first place. Prophecy becomes an avenue for an entirely different form of decision-making, one that is decidedly more democratic and, in fact, anarchist. In order to make this argument, I want to first look a bit at Hobbes's treatment of prophecy, especially in Leviathan, to show how prophecy can be said to be Hobbes's name for the collective act of meaning-making that for Hobbes always rests with the larger community, very much akin to the way that he understands how language itself works more generally. I will then briefly look at Dechue to see examples of how prophecy was always for Hobbes a subversive and anti-sovereign activity. Finally, I will talk briefly about Hobbes's concept of the Holy Spirit, a figure so without content of its own that it allows both the continuation of prophecy into our own time, even as it also serves to maximize the public and collective form of meaning-making and judgment over and above any form of sovereign decision. The institution of prophecy for Hobbes takes part in what could be called an alternative political genealogy that Hobbes tells based on the covenant between God and Abraham. As with the more familiar political tale Hobbes tells in the first half of Leviathan, Hobbes ultimately links this theological origin tale to contemporary sovereign authority, but there are some critical differences. For one thing, unlike the social contract, which does not bind the sovereign, God is bound by the covenant with Abraham. Secondly, whereas the first tale focuses on representation in ways to cover over any voids in authority through the awesome spectacle of the Leviathan, the theological tale, by contrast, focuses on those voids themselves, on what is in fact not representable. Finally, and most importantly for my argument, whereas the social contract takes place through clearly articulated, if only hypothetical speech acts, the covenant with Abraham occurs through an act of prophecy. Hobbes tells us that the covenant between God and Abraham came from and through forms of dreams and visions, special insights that pertain to Abraham alone. In setting up the mode of rule that follows from this moment of prophecy, Hobbes tells us that even if dreams and visions seem more nebulous than concrete statements, they nevertheless have the power to set up political obligations that last indefinitely. He writes, quote, "They to whom God has not spoken immediately," that's to say all of Abraham's family and descendants, "are to receive the positive commandments of God from their sovereign, as the family and seed of Abraham did from Abraham their father and Lord and civil sovereign. And consequently, in every commonwealth, they who have no supernatural revelation to the contrary ought to obey the laws of their own sovereign in the external acts and profession of religion." What's key for my purposes here is the phrase, "they who have no supernatural revelation to the contrary," because as I will show further, the theological genealogy of sovereignty is indeed marked by many ongoing and regular moments of supernatural revelation, which work to undermine and interrupt centralized forms of rule and allow for greater collective and public participation in political life. So once again, he says, if you do not have supernatural revelation, then you should obey the sovereign. But if you do, that's the premise of the passage I just read, then something else is going to happen. And that's something else is what I want to focus on here. So even as it sets up a transmission of authority from Abraham through Moses and down to contemporary sovereigns, for Hobbes, prophecy serves as a form of interruption that interferes with the otherwise orderly transfer of political authority that he describes. Hobbes is very clear that prophecy never takes a form in which its meaning is obvious and unmistakable. That is to say, not subject to interpretation and human judgment. Hobbes tells us that even Moses' own prophetic vision were in some sense subjective. It's true that he tells us, quote, "Only to Moses God spoke in a most extraordinary manner in Mount Sinai." Hobbes claims that God spoke to Moses in such a manner as a man speaketh to his friend. Yet even after saying this, Hobbes almost immediately backpedals to add that even this speech was by mediation of angels and was, quote, "therefore a vision, though a more clear vision than was given to other prophets," unquote. If Moses sets the high mark of prophecy, where it approaches but does not quite touch the possibility of being irrefutable speech, but then again irrefutable only to Moses, the Israelites agreed to take Moses' reading of these words as doctrine. They didn't hear the words of God directly. Other forms of prophecy are aligned along a continuum, leading down to some decidedly ordinary speech forms. In speaking of prophecy more generally, Hobbes tells us in chapter 36, quote, "Moses, Samuel, Elijah, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and others were prophets," unquote. He includes many others such as the Levite high priests, Abraham and Miriam in this category. But Hobbes also includes with this august list, quote, "they that in the Christian congregations taught the people," unquote, and citing scripture describes, quote, "every man that prays or prophesies with his head covered, and every woman that prays or prophesies with her head uncovered," effectively making virtually anyone, at least every practicing Christian, a prophet. He writes further, quote, "prophecy in that place of scripture signifies no more but praising God in psalms and holy songs," unquote. So if prophecy is such a widespread activity, Hobbes has already greatly reduced the status of such a concept. Usually when we think of prophecy as some absolute truth that God has spoken through some human agent. The truth is something that none of us could have otherwise known and cannot be refuted. This way of thinking would fit very well in with a sovereign model, where sovereign decision stands in as a secularized form of irrefutable prophecy. For Hobbes, however, prophecy is more like a moment when God might have spoken, inviting our collective response to figure out if God did speak in the first place, and if so, what was meant by those words. Hobbes spends a lot of time in Leviathan refuting the idea that terms in the Bible like the word or spirit of God are to be taken literally. In virtually every case, Hobbes points to the way that God is more metaphorical than actual, even though he never goes so far as to claim that God is entirely absent. This reflects what Arya Botwinick calls Hobbes's negative theology, a concept that is nicely articulated when Hobbes tells us in Leviathan that, quote, this is a very famous quote, you'll probably all recognize it, "The nature of God is incomprehensible. That is to say, we understand nothing of what he is, but only that he is. And therefore the attributes we give him are not to tell one another what he is, nor to signify our opinion of his nature, but our desire to honor him with such names as we conceive most honorable amongst ourselves," unquote. Here we can see that God exists, but that's all we can say with certainty about the deity. Our job as human beings is to decide amongst ourselves what is highest and best and attributable, and to attribute those qualities to God, not because they're accurate, but because they represent our own best attempt to speak about what cannot be understood or actually represented at all. In this way, very much unlike the sovereign, God serves not to tell us what is, but rather represents an absence or a void, one that compels us to turn to our own devices, serving as an opportunity for further collective decisions about what we value most and why. Thus, whereas the sovereign speaks as God, effectively representing, replacing, and covering over, rather than transmitting God's emptiness into this world, this other collective form of power emerges from all the way that God's silence is made tangible. Here, once again, whereas the secular tale that Hobbes tells focuses on representation itself, on covering over the void, the theological tale returns repeatedly to the void itself and what that void produces for us politically. Accordingly, the collective response is not singular and decisive as with the sovereign, but collective and multiple, insofar as discovering what is valued most in the face of God's ongoing unknowability is a non-determined and ever-changing process. And what is true about God is also true for Hobbes about prophecy. By insisting that human judgment is the only way to receive prophecy, we begin to see a bit more clearly why prophecy is such a subversive concept in Hobbes's lexicon. Such a judgment is not something that can be made by one person, even a sovereign person. It is by definition elusive and requiring a general conversation, a long-term decision that involves the entire community. Further evidence for this point can be given by looking at a remarkable similarity that Hobbes offers between the way that language works as a whole and the way that prophecy functions. For Hobbes, language too is, after all, a collective act that constantly morphs and changes over time. In this way, language has for Hobbes a distinctly anarchist, horizontal, and non-determined quality. Even the sovereign, purportedly the last decider of all things, is only a bit player in the vast process of language production. The decrees of the sovereign must be made in a language whose sound and meanings have been determined, not by sovereignty itself, but by the vast anarchist ferment of language speakers. Referring specifically to the collective nature of language, Hobbes tells us that, quote, this is another well-known passage, "The general use of speech is to transfer our mental discourse into verbal, or the train of our thoughts into a train of words, and that for two commodities, whereof one is the registering of the consequences of our thoughts, which being apt to slip out of our memory, and to put to a new labor may again be recalled by such words as they were marked by, so that the first use of names is to serve for marks or notes of remembrance," unquote. So the community sets itself marks or notes to assert collective standards of signification. These ensure that the people in a community are intelligible to one another. And Hobbes uses this exact same language of marks and notes to discuss prophecy. For Hobbes, like language, prophecy is something that must be subjected to collective decision-making. This may be particularly important in the case of prophecy because of the danger of false prophets. Hobbes tells us that, quote, "Seeing as such gifts as the most extraordinary dreams and visions may proceed from God, not only by his supernatural and immediate, but also by his natural operations, there is need of reason and judgment to discern between natural and supernatural gifts and between natural and supernatural visions or dreams," unquote. How then are we to tell the difference between prophecy and an ordinary dream or even a hallucination? Or for that matter, how can we tell true prophecy from false? Hobbes worries that, quote, "Consequently, men need to be very circumspect and wary in obeying the voice of man that pretending himself to be a prophet requires us to obey God in that way, which he in God's name tells us to be the way to happiness, unquote. Hobbes' solution to this dilemma is precisely the same one as he finds in language itself. Hobbes tells us that, quote, if this examination of prophets and spirits were not allowed to every one of the people, it had been to no purpose to set out the marks by which every man might be able to distinguish between those whom they ought and those whom they ought not to follow, unquote. These marks are, once again, a way to signal publicly, that is, to every one of the people, that there are certain points fixed not by God, but by human beings, which serve to hold a given candidate for prophecy to a collective standard. For Hobbes, the determination of whether a prophet is true or false is one of the key powers that he will always insist remains with the general public. This collective power is one that a sovereign cannot withstand. Gregory Kafka tells us that when someone, even a sovereign someone, seeks to abandon the collective determinations about language, say, for example, by calling a door a tomato or something, that person enters into what he calls an absurdity. And the same is true for prophecy. For the sovereign to declare a prophet false when the people have a different opinion suggests one of those breaking points between Hobbes's two origin stories. Whereas it seems clear that Hobbes would insist that the sovereign's will is determinate, given the way that God's authority serves as the bedrock of all that follows, and further, given that all forms of interpretation rest ultimately on collective forms of decision, on marks laid down by said community, such a state of affairs would sorely try the modus vivendi between Hobbes's secular and theological tales, not to mention the authority of the sovereign in question. Critically for Hobbes, the magical aspects of prophecy, its ability to tell the future, for example, are not themselves a mark of prophecy per se. Hobbes tells us, for example, that, quote, the woman of Endor, who is said to have had a familiar spirit and thereby raised a phantasm of Samuel and thereby foretold Saul his death, was not therefore a prophetess. For neither had she any science whereby she could raise such a phantasm, nor does it appear that God commanded the raising of it, but only guided that imposture to be a means of Saul's terror and discouragement. So if true prophecy was recognizable by such miracles, then it would in fact be out of the hands of human collectivities to determine what it was and what it meant. The marks that Hobbes speak of are human marks, collective decisions that may change over time, although Hobbes is not always very clear about that point, and which certainly reflect the best guesses and wishes of the human community as a whole. So having considered these various aspects of Hobbes's concept of prophecy, it is striking how problematical a model this mode of political theology offers for a thinker who is thought to be wholly devoted to the promotion of sovereign power and authority. It seems to me that it would make far more sense for Hobbes to speak of a God who was an absolute and undeniable monarch, rather than an invisible ghostly presence. Such a God would speak actual words, and those words would have clear and indisputable meanings, ruling the world accordingly. This God would be the basis of an inviolable sovereign authority. What we get from Hobbes instead is a sovereign who is on the receiving end of a vast array of anarchist discourse and decisions. We see that language and theology, the two principal vehicles for the authorization of sovereign power, are also a source of its own challenge and undoing in favor of an anarchist and collective alternative. In this way, we can see that calling ordinary people prophets and reducing prophecy more generally to a matter of interpretation serves not to denigrate the power of prophecy in a figure like Moses, but to uplift the power of prophecy in ordinary persons. Prophecy for Hobbes, then, is not just a single person having a single vision. It is a collective act in which either one or many persons claim to speak for or with God, with that speech being taken in a variety of ways, and the entire community responding to either complete or terminate those claims through the collective act of meaning and decision-making. In this way, I would claim that for Hobbes, prophecy is only ever anarchic. Its value comes not from the divine truth that it is thought to utter. It can never be said to do that in any kind of definitive way for Hobbes, but rather from the way that it serves to facilitate collective human forms of judgment. When prophecy is used to bolster sovereign authority and power, it is then in fact being redirected, stolen from the people's own prophetic abilities, and transferred to a ruler who, by definition, will narrow and artificially freeze an ongoing and collective process into a dominated and unilateral one. In this way, the term prophecy may well be the name given to the entire collective process of collective meaning and judgment making. And so we could indeed say that for Hobbes, everyone is a prophet, or perhaps more accurately, everyone participates in prophetic speech. Hobbes offers here a means for human beings to speak of and engage with God in a way that is both deeply ordinary and still, in some sense, entirely sacred. So in order to give a sense of how this works in practice, let me briefly turn now to some concrete examples of prophecy, temporarily leaving Leviathan behind and going to Hobbes's description in De Quixote of the so-called kingdom of God, a time when God was king of ancient Israel. Insofar as God was king, this kingdom was marked by a remarkable absence of human sovereigns. Instead of a single leadership form, ancient Israel was marked for Hobbes by rival forms of political power. Formerly, the Levite priests functioned as de facto sovereigns, interpreting scripture as a basis for rule. But in fact, their power was regularly interrupted by prophets, who in turn were bolstered or rejected by the entire community as a whole. In speaking of the need to constantly determine whether these prophets spoke truth or falsity, Hobbes tells us that, quote, "It cannot be known what God's word is before we know who is the true prophet, nor can we believe God's words before we believe the prophet," unquote. In De Quixote, Hobbes repeats what he says in Leviathan, that people are to look for marks of a true prophet, those external signs that indicate that a community can safely trust a prophet's words. He writes, quote, "It appears that the authority of admitting books for a word of God belong not to the priest, neither yet follows it that the authority belonged to the prophets, because others did judge of the prophets, whether they were to be held for true or not. For to what end did God give signs and tokens to the people, whereby the true prophets might be discerned from the false, namely the event of predictions and conformity with the religion established by Moses, if they might not use those marks?" So when Hobbes says others did judge of the prophets, the only possible others in question is the people as a whole. Using the marks that were available to them, the people were in a position to circumvent the priests, and even in a way the prophets, by deciding both whether the prophet spoke truly, with truth being a term that refers only to the people's decision, and what those words meant, how they were to be applied. As the kingdom of God develops, the need for those marks grows. Whereas things with Moses are relatively clear, and woe to those who opposed him, like Korah, who God famously had the earth swallow up along with his followers for opposing Moses. By the time we get to Joshua, things get much murkier. Although Hobbes does declare that even during Joshua's time, the priests were still effectively sovereign. Following Joshua's death, we get a situation where there is effectively no sovereign at all. Of this, Hobbes writes, quote, "The supreme civil power during this period was therefore rightly due by God's own institution to the high priests, but actually that power was in the prophets, to whom, being raised by God in an extraordinary manner, the Israelites, a people greedy of prophets, submitted themselves to be protected and judged by reason of the great esteem they had of prophecies." If the Israelites are a people greedy of prophets, and I love that term, part of that greed may be because of the power that this gives the people themselves. Without the explicit authority of a sovereign overlord, Hobbes, for example, tells us that the priests lost control over sovereign functions like punishment during this time. A much more radical and unscripted public was the result. Even after the election of Saul as king, a move which for Hobbes spelled the end of the kingdom of God, prophecy continued to interrupt the Hebrew kingdom. Although Hobbes argues that the Hebrew kings were fully sovereign, definitively asserting their power over the priestly caste, he tells us that during this time, quote, "Prophets were sent not with authority, but in the form and by the right of proclaimers and preachers, of whom the hearers did judge," unquote. This statement may seem to convey the degree to which the prophets did not usurp sovereign authority. Yet here again, the very idea that the hearers did judge cannot help but include the people themselves and their own decision-making process. In this way, the period and even the aftermath of the kingdom of God for Hobbes represents a moment of maximal public participation in political life, wherein prophecy was the key to their collective power. What then about Hobbes's own time, or even our own time, a time when Hobbes tells us that formal act of prophecy no longer occurs? Of course, in Hobbes's own lifetime, there were no small number of contenders for the role of prophet. The English Reformation and Civil War were marked by an explosion of would-be prophets who similarly had the power to undermine the sovereign authority. But here, as opposed to in his description of ancient Israel, Hobbes was mortally opposed to any claim to prophetic function. If that is the case, what then, if anything, remains of this collective public, and I would reiterate, anarchic power? If we have lost the device of prophecy, can we even speak of the ongoing possibility of collective decision at all? Or are we just thrown to the decision of the sovereign at this point? Here is where I turn finally to the question of the Holy Spirit. Hobbes's answer, I argue, to the formal end of prophecy. In his war with the Puritan readings of the Holy Spirit, Hobbes rejected the idea prevalent among many reformers that the Holy Spirit was in effect a way for God to directly insert absolute truths into the minds of each congregant. For Hobbes, the Holy Spirit is an entirely empty concept, one that may serve especially well as an avatar of negative theology, a demand for our own collective response. He tells us that, quote, "Whereas there be that pretend divine inspiration to be a supernatural entering of the Holy Ghost into a man, and not an acquisition of God's grace by doctrine and study, I think they're in a very dangerous dilemma. For if they worship not the men who they believe to be so inspired, they fall into impiety, as not adoring God's supernatural presence. And again, if they worship them, they commit idolatry, for the apostles would never permit them to be so worshiped. Therefore, the safest way to believe that by the descending of the dove upon the apostles and by Christ breathing on them when he gave them the Holy Ghost, and by the giving of the imposition of hands are understood the signs which God has been pleased to use or ordained to be used of his promise to assist those persons in their study, to preach his kingdom, and in their conversation that it might not be scandalous, but edifying to others," unquote. In this admittedly long passage, we see that the Holy Spirit in its very emptiness allows no sense of truth or obvious interpretation to occur. It forces, in effect, the community to judge amongst itself what any particular set of words attributed to God or otherwise might mean. By definition, this must be a collective act because each person responds to that radical emptiness independently, and so must, in effect, speak with others to help determine what it is they think and why. The sovereign's own opinion is just one among many. The Holy Spirit for Hobbes is not a vehicle for sovereign authority, but rather, like the prophetic institution that it descends from, a vehicle for the alternative public form of group thinking and judgment, what may continue to be called prophecy, in fact, that rivals the sovereign's own interpretive power. In a sense, the Holy Spirit is for Hobbes the terrestrial avatar of negative theology, the incarnation, as it were, of the pure void that is God. It has no content of its own whatsoever. Instead, it serves to bring that radical emptiness that it represents into the world to stand in contrast to the faux readings and truths that are constantly being projected onto God, as well as other sources of authority. Accordingly, the Holy Spirit for Hobbes represents what cannot be represented, the idea that no text has an absolute and clear meaning that is given on its face. Through its negation of absolute truths, the Holy Spirit allows for individual and collective and multiple acts of interpretation and response to be both possible and necessary. And in this case, the form of representation of non-representation that we see in the case of the Holy Spirit necessarily is of a radically different sort than how representation normally operates in the time after prophecy. Without God as a king or prophets to speak on behalf of God, the modern age perforce turns to a certain form of representation to stand in for, but in fact replace a God that has become silent. This is the basis for modern sovereignty, since a silent God cannot interrupt or interfere the way that modern rulers use the concept of divine will, or some secularized version therein, as a means to realize their own desires, power, and authority. The Holy Spirit is different. In its pure emptiness, it makes God's own radical negative theology present in the world in a way that it would not otherwise be. This is a form of negative representation, maybe deep presentation would be a better word, that dispels and interferes with the faux forms of representation that we find in other mechanisms of authority in the world. In its very blankness, the Holy Spirit keeps open that negative space that God offers human beings as an invitation to their own interpretive power. In this way, the Holy Spirit works very much as Benjamin's notion of divine violence does, a purely negative force that interferes with attempts to fetishize and control the idea of God's own will, or whatever secular manifestation of that will is in question, as a force in the world. Perhaps most critically of all, this means that even though formal prophecy has gone silent, the prophetic function that we all partake in has not. The community retains its interpretive authority, as suggested by Hobbes' admonition in the introduction to Leviathan, to read thyself, even or perhaps especially after the rival archist form of prophecy, that is what we normally call real prophets or really talking to God, has long since ceased. It could indeed be said that the Holy Spirit is even an improvement upon early prophetic forms, insofar as its radical anarchist potential is concerned. Unlike early prophetic figures like Moses or Jeremiah, the Holy Spirit cannot be read to offer any form or value of its own. In this way, as a wholly negative figure, the Holy Spirit is perhaps a more pure vehicle for the kinds of popular forms of interpretation that prophecy allows for and constitutes more generally. In this sense, we might say that even though formal prophecy has fallen silent for Hobbes, the radical implications of prophecy are, if anything, enhanced in our own post-prophetic age. The anarchist and collective power that comes from such a source is easy to miss in the face of sovereign authority. It is true that Hobbes will always formally insist that when resistance occurs, it happens only within the heart of each individual, and so appears to be only a minor and private form of resistance. Yet over the course of Leviathan in particular, one can see how this is not actually the case. For Hobbes, individuals do not exist in isolation from one another. Everything we think and say comes out of the vast anarchist ferment of language and meaning making that we all participate in. This extends once again even to the interpretive power of the sovereign, if we take this figure as an individual or set of individuals as well. Insofar as it is always a creature of and response to that conversation, the sovereign is itself bound by this larger anarchist ferment. The sovereign has no separate vocabulary or basis of power, nor does it have a separate prophetic power of its own. Everything it says and does comes out of the same linguistic ferment as larger collective decisions. The sovereign's interpretation is therefore more like the tip of an iceberg than a separate force and entity. Its claim to own and determine this entire production of meaning-making rings hollow in the face of the vastness and complexity of that anarchist ferment that it comes from. And this is why I argue that ultimately, when you put the two narratives of the genealogy of political power that Hobbes presents in Leviathan together, it is ultimately the radical and anarchic one that ultimately wins out, regardless of whatever Hobbes actually thought personally. Thank you.
Thank you, James. That was wonderful. And we have two amazing talks, and I think there's a lot to say about each of them, and they also communicate with one another in very interesting ways as well. So I'm going to open the floor and invite people to raise their electronic response hand to be recognized. And if absolutely necessary, I'll try to keep an eye on the chat as well if somebody needs to type something in. Kinch, you had your hand up first. Would you like to ask?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have plenty of questions about my own presentation, but as long as as long as no one's asking about James's, I'll ask a question. So one passage that your treatment reminded me of, James, was the last paragraph of chapter 36, which is where he says, when Christian men take not their Christian sovereign for God's prophet, they must either take their own dreams for the prophecy they mean to be governed by, and the two hearts for the Spirit of God, and so on. And what he says about is that all of those latter possibilities amount to a return to the first chaos of violence and civil war. And I take it that you're sort of saying, you're taking this choice that he's offering and choosing what he calls the tumor of their own hearts, and saying that's the true power of prophecy in Hobbes. I guess I just wonder, this is it any different from any other kind of form of disobedience, private judgment, or what have you? Why pick on prophecy? Clearly, he thinks that prophecy is a powerful force for disorder in this way, but so too that many others. Why think that prophecy is somehow a positive? I mean, you're putting a positive spin on it, but why think of it? Why think of it as in any way distinctive compared to other sources of disobedience? Thank you.
It's a great question. Thank you so much for that question, Kent. I think the answer is if you compare the way Hobbes thought about prophecy in the kingdom of God and during his own lifetime, these were two very different modes. I think his problem with prophecy in his own lifetime was it followed the kind of what you could call idolatrous mode of ascribing things to God as if they were absolutely true. And the kind of prophecy that happened in ancient Israel was a little bit, the truth lay with God, and the community kind of decided if it believed in that or not. You see, so there was a kind of, so I think that's how you get this kind of fracturing where you get kind of chaotic, people running through the streets screaming and all the Muggletonians and all that, all that stuff. And that's what Hobbes I thought was really dangerous. So I think when prophecy approaches more like language, how we speak language, like I don't insist that a door is a tomato and you don't insist something else. You know, we all agree generally, roughly what these words mean, we don't take it upon ourselves as individuals to kind of make truths. We kind of submit ourselves to this kind of collective process, and that's how it works. I think in a way that's disorderly from a sovereign perspective, but orderly from a collective perspective, if that makes sense. Whereas the maniacs during the Reformation were something else. They were more like what the sovereign does. The sovereign thinks that the sovereign speaks truly, but it's not, for Hobbes, it's not bad to have one maniac, but when you have everybody doing that, that's disaster. That's a recipe for disaster, if that makes sense. But thank you so much for that question.
Roberto?
Yeah, thank you to the presenters and to the organizers of this important event. I am talking from Massachusetts, so you can see the darkness from my window. And talking about darkness, I am a little bit confused, mentally speaking, about Professor Martel, and I would like to pose as best as I can my question. Because if I understand his presentation correctly, there is an argument that the community has this collective power to reject prophets, which is completely correct. And I will be talking about the Old Testament. But at the same time, they are not free in the sense of not having specific grounds to make judgments. In the Old Testament, there is the Deuteronomy chapter 13:1, and there is a specific argument there. If any prophet suggests or advises you to follow other gods, where that prophet should be put to death. That's the end of the prophet. And then we have also in Deuteronomy 18:22, the argument that if any prophet declares a prophecy that doesn't come to fruition, that prophet is also a fraud, shouldn't be believed. And then you have specific consequences. For example, in the case of Elisha and the prophets of Baal, it is clear that the prophets, the community, the Jewish community, the Hebrew community was believing the prophets of Baal, and that community was confronted by the true prophet of God according to the biblical narrative. And the prophets, the 4 prophets, paid a high price, and the community didn't do anything to defend them. So what I am saying is that there is a collective power, because they can say, we don't believe you. That is the case with if Jeremiah, for example, who is talking about surrendering, yielding to the Babylonians and forget about nationalism and patriotism, and they chose not to believe him. But according to the biblical narrative, he was right, and they paid a high price.
Yeah.
And then when I see the passage that you were citing, chapter 36, section 19, if the prophet is the civil sovereign or authorized by the civil sovereign, then the community doesn't have any other option but to obey. And actually the argument there is that any person claiming to be a prophet, claiming or pretending to be presenting the road to felicity, happiness, that person should be suspected as a person who wants to rule over you. That is to say, he will be a counter power or a threat to the sovereign. And if you imagine that you have different prophets claiming to have the real road toward
the real felicity, then we are going to have the chaos that Hobbes is intending to obliterate in the first place. So I imagine that in this scenario, if the community decides to believe a prophet, Peter, and the sovereign says that is a false prophet, then the community doesn't have any other option but to obey. And in that sense, if my interpretation or the logical sequence of what I am saying is right, the collective power of the community is punctured substantially, because ultimately there are grounds antecedent to any prophetic utterances. And secondly, ultimately, the sovereign can say that's a false prophet, regardless of whether his utterances are right or were fulfilled. The civil sovereign is ultimately the authority, not even God.
That's a fantastic question. I think, part of the answer is the short answer is that, Hobbes also says, like, if a heathen prince took over, you'd have to say they were right about everything too, So on some level, the way sovereignty works for Hobbes isn't really about truth claims. It's just about, not being killed and obedience and stuff like that. But I think more to the point, more to the spirit of your question, I think there are prices to pay for a sovereign to do that. I think it may well be that a sovereign like the Stuarts, who kind of ignored these kind of sentiments, did so at their peril, and I think Hobbes worries about that. And Kinch, I don't know if you're going to find this a very strange reaching out to your point, but I when I was hearing your talk, I was thinking that kind of this version of prophesying that I'm saying Hobbes likes is not unlike your Thucydidean model, because it's there's rules. You can do it, you can do it right, and you can do it wrong, and so because of that, because of these marks, a sovereign could actually violate the marks that are set out for collective decisions, and of course the people would have to do what they said. But I think it would really strain the supposed kind of commensurability between these two models of sovereignty that Hobbes tells in Leviathan. In other words, he insists that the theological model and the political model come to the same place. But I think in an instance like that, where the sovereign clearly violated the marks that were set out, very, very much in sort of like what Kinch was saying, and sort of the correct way to make decisions, I think it would be a real problem. I think it shows a tension in the model that isn't supposed to be there at the very least. I would just say. Kinch. I don't know if you agree with me, Kinch, at all.
Okay, Ted?
Well, thank you for two very stimulating talks. And I have to thank Kinch for mentioning my book. That was very kind. Of course, I'm in complete agreement with everything he had to say. But I did have a question for Kinch, and then a brief question for James as well. I really thought that, I really liked the way you brought out the way he praises Thucydides as presenting rather than pushing particular conclusions by allowing the reader, as it were, to form the judgments for himself. And it struck me first, just to kind of bolster your claim about the humanist affinities that Hobbes retained, which is that there was a very traditional justification for sending students to read history, which is, do you want to experience war yourself and risk your life, or do you want to read about these wars? And this can be the second best, substitute for having the experience yourself. And so you're right, experience for Hobbes does yield a real knowledge, and it really has been some, I guess, to sort of follow on from our last talk, folks who want to pull Hobbes into the modern too quickly to sort of drive him to make it an either or choice between the knowledge that is provided through prudence or the knowledge that is provided through science. I agree with you in disagreeing with Rayler. And so I like that link. And maybe here's a bridge to James's paper. What do you suppose Hobbes thinks about providence? Not only was the 17th century filled with prophets, but it was filled with people who were making providential claims. You know, Cromwell knew that every victory he had was providential. Of course, that became problematic when he started to lose. I liked your counterfactual in a way about the negative theology. You know, if Hobbes were really the absolutist that all of us, including myself, think that he is, then wouldn't he have a God with a singular voice? I mean, I think that Hobbes, I think there's an answer to that, but I won't get into it, which is that there were lots of singular voices out there and he knew he needed to silence them. So for James, negative theology is maybe not the open door that I think you think it is. I think negative theology is a way of closing a door. You're blathering on about what God is, you're making these false claims, and I say that's impious. Shh. That's my view of what negative theology does for Hobbes. He wants to silence the cacophony by telling all these holier than thou types that no, they'd be much holier if they remained silent. And if they have to use a rule for judgment about what God does, better consult with what the sovereign does. God does what God does. But and I'll leave that down. Thank you both very much.
Kinch, would you like to start?
Sure, although I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ted, you were sort of offering a comment that I'm free to agree with rather than a question so much. Isn't that right?
Yes, I'm sorry, go right ahead.
No, that's fine.
I was just going to say that I wondered if you thought that Hobbes also has a traditional sort of humanist justification for turning to history as a way of building prudence, and that he follows in many ways in praising Thucydides the way that he does in a humanist tradition of recommending history as instruction. And that's all that was.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes, I think there's a sense in which he does. He does it in a kind of kenneled particular way where he picks up, I think it's right what Rayler says about how he retains a traditional connection between history, experience, and prudence. Rayler takes it following what he thinks is following Skinner, that Hobbes is rejecting all of them. But I think that he retains that kind of humanist conception in a particular way, but in a way by sharply distinguishing what we get from history versus what we get from philosophy, and where he's very skeptical, I think, of most of the humanists turn to history is the kind of extraction of lessons from history, in the sense that, okay, here's the general truth that we can extract from the history. He thinks that's crossed over the line, and we're mistaking the kind of knowledge that we get of particulars and the kind of knowledge that we can get from deductions. So there's a way in which he holds on to the humanist formula, but I think it tries to be very disciplined about what he's doing with it. I mean, I'll just, in handing over to James, I'll just say that I think it's interesting, and this relates to James's attempt to bridge to the present, what I was saying as well, is that when Hobbes is in a way insisting on people coming to their own judgments from history, you can see that my anarchist friend across the bay taking that and running with it. But I think that, I think what he's doing in saying that you have to draw your lessons to himself is what he's saying is that the historian who's offering the history is exceeding his own capacity when he's offering the lesson. And I don't think that's to say that everyone is free to draw whatever lesson they want, because of course they're as likely as not to mistake at the point of generalizing or applying or whatever it might be. Over to you, James.
Thanks, and you're right. I would run with that. I did run with that. Yeah, I was just going to say that's a really good question, Ted, and I'm going to engage in a little Tacitus-like conjecture for a second, because I have a strong feeling if we could like have a Ouija board and bring Hobbes to life, he would not say, "Oh yes, I've been a secret anarchist all along," and so on and so forth. I think, however, I think so I do think you're probably right in terms of his intentions, but then who knows, that he kind of came up with the idea of this negative theology to shut people up. But I think the power of the idea of negative theology is it does the opposite, whatever he wants to happen, because, and maybe I am really disagreeing with you here because you're talking about the historian's own intention here, but because I think something like what God wants is such a invitation, and then God isn't going to say anything, that almost demands that you feel that it's rather than shutting you up, I think it sort of forces you to sort of say something or think something, and so, again, it has this kind of pulling power, even if its intention was to do the opposite. That's how I would read it anyway.
Okay, Al, you've got the floor.
Hi, I want to say I enjoyed both talks very much. Kent, I liked yours, but I don't have a question for you. My question is for James. Did you discuss chapter 32, paragraph 7 of Leviathan, where Hobbes says that there are two marks by which we identify true prophets? One is by miracles, and the other is that the prophet doesn't teach anything against the established religion. And if you didn't, how does that fit in with your thesis?
I think I did. I think I quoted at least a piece of that. But it's interesting because your question actually opens up this very kind of big area, because Hobbes says several times that although he does say whether these things come true or not, he also says, as I don't know if you remember, I said another quote about the woman of Endor, that the ability to actually predict the future is not itself proof of prophecy. I think it's a necessary but not sufficient ingredient, if you will. In the same way that he said that the miracles that Moses performed, in Egypt, were not in themselves a sign of God, because the Egyptian magicians could do the same things; they could make things happen magically. So it's the presence of miracles is a mark for sure, like you said. But I think it's sort of a way to encourage, once again, people to determine whether that, nonetheless, whether that person speaks for God or not, because the woman of Endor did meet the mark technically, right? But then they decided that she wasn't a prophet anyway, if that makes sense. So, I think the marks themselves have to be interpreted. In other words, that they don't just stand for themselves, like, oh, you met this and this, that's it, you're a prophet. They still have to go through this kind of collective judgment period, even if they take a form that's frankly miraculous. I think that's what's interesting about it.
But who judges whether those marks have been satisfied or not?
That's the people, I think.
Or
maybe both, but that's what I was saying to in Roberto's question. If they disagree, that's where it gets interesting, right? That's where you start to wonder how well the two genealogies of sovereign authority work, how well they work together, because like the people are authorized in one way and the sovereign may be authorized in another, and if they come into a conflict, I think it's true. Like I was just the same answer I would say to Roberto before. I think the sovereign would, maybe get their way, but it would cause this really serious problem that I don't think Hobbes wanted to happen, if you see what I mean.
Well, I think Hobbes didn't want conflict. He saw conflict all around him. And that's why he wanted to have just one person make the decision, the sovereign, and the people, because they authorized the sovereign to do that, don't have a say.
But at the same time, he always says that he always insists on public hearings and public, everything had to happen in public. Everyone had, he wanted people to know how to read, he wanted people to be part of this, because he felt like if the sovereign made all the decisions and there was no buy-in at all from the people, then that would be a recipe for disaster. So I think it cuts both ways, I think, is the only thing I would add.
Vicky?
I have a question for both speakers, okay? And because everybody's calling Kinch Kinch, I'm going to call Kinch Kinch. Okay. Now, I have such utter sympathy with your account of Rayler. All right. In fact, I probably need to just, all right. But one of the things I want to do is just think with you about where in Leviathan, okay, we can talk about the enfranchisement, all right, of fact, of history, okay, as fact. And I was wondering, all right, you know, as we all do, that one of Hobbes' constant refrains is reason and equity, okay? And it has seemed to me, all right, at least in I think it's the 26th chapter of the second book, that equity itself, all right, because it is an order of judgment of the Thucydidean variety, okay, and that it, you know, at least conventionally, if not quite always in Hobbes' usage, all right, enfranchises, okay, particular fact, as opposed to, in fact, you know, categorical judgments, okay? Had you thought of this as a way of, you know, just doing that, of enfranchising an order, all right, a political order, all right, in the form of justice, okay, historical fact?
Thanks very much. So a background reply would be that I do think, broadly speaking, in works like The Elements of Law, the De Que, and even in the Leviathan, Hobbes sees his primary activity as that of science or philosophy. So I don't mean to suggest that he doesn't think of these as primarily that kind of work. Mm-hmm. And I think he thinks that this is mostly what's been missing, is the deductive, what he thinks of as a deductive civil science. And what you know, the way in which I'm engaging or just suggesting in a corrective is less. I'll get onto the question on its own ground, I think, in a moment, but it's less a matter of saying, look at all of the history that we see in, or the hints of history that we see in these works, and more saying that his engagement in the philosophical or scientific works shouldn't be taken as evidence that he rejected the idea of prudential reasoning, the necessity of arts of government, and so on and so forth. Okay. That said, I do think that there are appeals to experience littered throughout these three primary political treatises, appeals to historical evidence, and ways in which historical facts are, as it were, referred to as what would fill in the blank for what kind of obedience is required. I think one of those cases, for example, is that of custom. So if the sovereign, if it's the custom of the land that, for example, the eldest male inherits the throne, then it's the case that the sovereign is taken to will that thing unless he says something else or something like that. So as an example, there some kind of historical fact is required for determining what the sovereign will is and to whom our obedience is due and that sort of thing. And I think judgments of, it's interesting, judgments of equity, the reason I referred to that, the case of custom, is because we're in, you know, although he's skeptical about the independent power of common law and the common lawyers, he does think that there's a way in which they can have authorized authority, and that history has a kind of authorizing force via sovereign, the sovereign will, or the understood sovereign will. With equity, it's interesting because I will say that nonetheless, it seems to me that equity, being, for example, a law of nature, is something that I would have put on the side of Hobbes is something that Hobbes thinks of as a question of ultimately sovereign judgment, and of also of a kind of natural law that he thinks of as being deducible, which makes me think that I'm not seeing something that you're asking.
Oh, well, it's not that. I think what I gathered from your quotation of Thucydides, all right, was basically, all right, a method of hermeneutics, okay, that Hobbes does bring into Leviathan, of a kind that, you know, while political, okay, is still, as it were, fact-based, okay, and is in fact open, all right, to judgment. And, you know, this is the section on the arbitrator, okay, all right. And there are a variety of moments in Leviathan in which, shall we say, hermeneutics of that kind, all right, actually are enfranchised, okay, and enfranchised in the fashion that one could argue is analogous to what Thucydides says. That's really what I'm suggesting. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Hobbes makes clear in this particular way, he follows his predecessors in legal theory, but he has a different take on it. But nonetheless, he follows them in thinking that a judgment in court ought to require both a judgment of fact and a judgment of law, or, you know, even if it's just an interpretation or application of the law. And it's true that we usually, and when we're thinking as Hobbesian, we focus on the law part of that. But how about the fact part of that? Where is that supposed to come from? It's clear that such judgments, even of officials authorized by the sovereign or the sovereign himself sitting in judgment, will need to make determinations of fact.
That's exactly right. The instance that I think of in this case that he uses, all right, is Cook's, okay, decision, categorical decision, all right, that if a man, all right, leaves the scene of a crime, he is categorically guilty, okay? And in this case, for Hobbes, all right, not only does this, is this offensive, all right, but it is also to ignore facts, particular facts, okay? And that would be an instance of equity in the traditional sense, okay? And he does seem to bring up instances of that kind more regularly than one might think, okay? So thank you. I really enjoyed that, okay? Now I have to speak to James. James?
Somebody's got to.
Yeah, no, James, your use of negative theology, all right, intrigues me, okay? My sense of negative theology, and I'm thinking of negative theology in the period, is that it is used most particularly in order to stymie, all right, you know, speculations into the state of supernatural things, okay? I would give as Luther an example of this, okay? Luther says we cannot, in fact, all right, speak about the one true God, okay? There is nothing that is available to us that could authorize such speech, okay? What we have is scripture, okay? How are you using it? Explain to me a little more what you mean by negative theology.
Okay, yeah, that's a wonderful, thank you for the opportunity. I think I agree with everything you just said. I think Hobbes thinks that too. That you can't say anything about God except for that God exists, right? That's basically how Hobbes puts it. And to me, that's an invitation not to talk about divine things, but about human decisions about what is best, that humans think is best, right? So it's in other words. I'll give you a little analogy that has nothing to do with Hobbes at all, but has to do with Franz Kafka, because there's a story that Benjamin tells about Kafka where there's some Jewish legend where this bride is waiting for her fiance and he's coming and she makes him like a Shabbat dinner and stuff, and it turns out that the groom who's coming is the Messiah, and she's the human being, and the point of that story is the Messiah is coming. What do you do when the Messiah is coming? You make dinner. You make like meat. You know what I mean? In other words, you do human things. You decide what, as a human, I'm going to decide what the best thing I can do, not because it's godlike, but it's a way for me to decide what I think is best, you know, in my world. And so negative theology really turns us back to the terrestrial, but it inspires us to sort of make decisions about what we judge best, if that makes sense.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that. I'll try to remember it. Okay. The only thing is that we are still, in fact, laying claim, all right, to supernal authority. Okay. I mean, you know, one doesn't necessarily lay claim to supernal authority when one bakes a casserole. Okay. And even though these are, of course, decisions of greater moment. Okay. All right. Prophecy still makes that claim. Okay. And that, you know, to me, negative theology, in fact, all right, prohibits that claim. But be that as it may, loved your talk. Okay.
I mean, I'm not even going to try to fix that because I think I still agree with everything you said, but I would just quickly say that I think it just is a tension in Hobbes, let's say, because I think his fascination with the kingdom of God and the prophetic tradition, even though every fiber in his being wants to reject prophecy entirely, that make his life so much easier. But something in it draws him, and I think it is the way that it invites humans to make judgments about their own world. That's all I'll say. I think your points are very well made, and I agree largely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thanks to all of you. Since Kafka has invited us to make dinner, who am I to argue with that? And I just like to thank all of the wonderful presenters for their presentations today. Thanks to the audience as well for participating and having such a lively discussion. I want to remind you that there are graduate presentations tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. And with that,